Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We're waiting a couple of minutes and then we'll start the conference. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the 8th ISWA YPG online conference titled Ahead of the ISWA 2025 World Congress Towards a Wasteless Future or a Wasteful Planet. I'm Dr. Amani Malouf, a senior researcher and leading waste management research at the University of Oxford and chair of the Research and Innovation Working Group of the ISWA YPG. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this exciting conference. This event is an annual initiative of the ISWA Young Professionals Group, organized voluntarily to provide a platform for emerging professionals in the global waste sector. It fosters collaboration, networking, and knowledge exchange among young professionals and researchers, building bridges between academia, policy, and practice. This year's conference dived deep into pressing themes shaping the global waste landscape. Topics such as circular economy, policy making, and informal waste sector integration are at the forefront. We will explore youth-led environmental education, marine litter, and localized approaches to waste management. A notable highlight is the incorporation of emerging technologies such as the artificial intelligence, computer vision, and data analytics showcased in projects addressing urban waste, recycling behavior, landfill closures, and organic waste valorization. These sessions reflect the diverse, innovative, and multidisciplinary efforts by young professionals tackling both technological and socioeconomic challenges in the waste sector today. As young professionals will play a vital role in driving the transition towards a circular economy and shaping the future of sustainable waste and resource management. This year, we are placing special emphasis on waste and resource management in the context of climate change ahead of COP30 in Brazil. We received submissions from researchers around the world, and from this competitive pool, we created an exciting program featuring 25 abstract presentations across 3 sessions. Our goal is to give as many young professionals as possible the opportunity to participate, contribute, and be heard in global setting, a conference by young professionals for young professionals. The best presenters will be recognized and awarded for their outstanding contributions. To all presenters, we wish you the very best of luck, and we look forward to hearing your brilliant ideas. I'm thrilled to also announce that we have secured a scholarship for one winner to participate in the ISWA Swiss Winter School next year, a prestigious training program on sustainability and waste management hosted by the University of Texas at Arlington. We thank Professor Sahadat Hossein, Director of Swiss, for this generous opportunity. Additionally, 3 participants will receive free ISWA membership, online memberships. We are proud to present a truly diverse program with 35 speakers, moderators, and chairs, representing more than 23 countries, including a broad range of cultural, disciplinary, and professional backgrounds. The scientific and organizing committee brings together 17 members from 13 countries whose dedication and voluntary effort have made this event possible. This year, we also have the honor of welcoming a distinguished guest speaker, James Law, President of ISWA and Vice President at SCS Engineers, who will share insights and inspiration from the global stage. We are also hosting a dedicated Spanish language session moderated by Amaya Garcia Tabar from Spain, featuring 7 insightful presentations from Latin America. Also, do not miss our special session for the YPG activities coordinated by Kartik Kapoor, Vice Chair of ISWA YPG, where you will hear updates from each of our working groups. We'll also share updates on the upcoming ISWA 2025 Congress in Argentina. We are proud to host attendees from around the world. And please feel free to introduce yourself in the chat. We encourage you to be engaged actively with the speakers and put your questions in the chat box. Once again, I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference filled with new perspective, valuable insights, and meaningful connections. Thank you for joining us today. And to officially commence this impactful event, I now have the great pleasure of introducing the chair of ISWA YPG, Julio Vucey. Please join me giving a warm welcome to Julio. And Julio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Amani, and welcome everyone. So, yes, my name is Julio. As Amani said, I'm acting as chair of the YPG this year in 2025. And today I just have 5 minutes, so I will give you a brief outline of what is the YPG. And let me share my screen for a second. Okay, let me know if you can share my screen. You can see my screen?
Yes, Julio.
Perfect. So yes, for this presentation, I've just extracted a few slides of this welcome docket. That is a document that we share with anyone when he or she joins the YPG, with a general description of what is the YPG and what we do. So first, an introduction. This is a picture from the last year World Congress in South Africa of the YPG. So to start, this is kind of the chart of the whole ISWA. As you can see here, we have the ISWA members, the General Assembly, the Board of Directors, and cascading from there, we have the Scientific and Technical Committee with the big working groups, the General Secretary, and the different regional chapters. And on the right side, on these special initiatives and groups, this is where we sit as ISWA Young Professional, or how we call it YPG. And this is where we sit under the big ISWA umbrella. In general, the YPG is a young network in the waste management field, so it's composed by members under 35 years old. We create and lead fresh initiatives. Everything is on a voluntary basis. We encourage and welcome proactivity. So if you are one of those persons that really like to be proactive and give ideas and make them happen, YPG can give you really the tools and resources and the big network to make these things happen. And of course, we have fun too at the end. I think about including this here because this YPG is a big at the end group of friends. We meet in the events, we try to meet in the World Congress and have fun too. So I think this is kind of the one of the main things that when you join the YPG keep on the network because of the personal relationships that you did with the rest of the members. Our initiatives are mainly focused on 4 pillars. The first one is the awareness. Second one is share knowledge and best practices in the waste and resource management field. Third one is to collaborate between us to find solutions to global and local waste problems by building networks. And the last one is also to help young professionals, those that are part of the group, to advance in their careers. This is the structure of the YPG in 2025. As you can see on the left side, I'm acting as chair this year. Kartik is vice chair. And we have right now 4 main working groups. The first one is online discussions and career development. We have Shita and Cynthia leading this group. We have the second one, which is research and innovation with Amani and Ashpreet. Awareness and education with Kartik and Dennis. And finally, a regional network with Laura and Adeline. In this regional network, so far we have these different countries: Brazil, India, the MENA region, Singapore, Ukraine, Colombia, Nepal, Pakistan, South Africa, a new one in UK and Ireland, Germany, Malaysia, Peru, and Spain. So this is kind of the general structure and all of our different working groups. And then after, Kartik has a dedicated session to go through each of them, and we'll let you know specific initiatives that we are doing in each of the groups. Right now, we have close to 140 members with representatives for around 40 countries as well. This number is changing daily as we are having more and more members this year. And this slide is quite of heavy. I don't plan to present it, but I think it's quite of important because one of the main concerns with when someone is thinking about joining the YPG or not is the level of effort and commitment that you need to dedicate to the YPG. So we try to create this kind of chart. From top to bottom, you can see the level of engagement that you can dedicate to the YPG. So at the beginning, if you really don't have much time, but you really are looking to join, you can just join and keep up to date with our WhatsApp groups, our emails, and don't really like put much dedicated effort. Then if you really want to be more involved, you can join one of these working groups, start making more effort on the initiatives and the different activities we have. And then at the end, you can even continue progressing and 1 year take one of these leaderships role at the YPG and kind of oversee these whole initiatives. Finally, I want to take the chance that I have today with all of you to present what is going to be the flagship project for 2025 of the YPG. The title is Waste Leaders of Tomorrow. The main objective of the flagship project will be to document the human impact of technology in waste management and connect global youth to advocate for inclusive and just solutions. So we want to investigate now the situation of in general AI and technology and new digital solutions on waste management and connect it with real problems in the whole waste value chain. So we have divided in 3 components. The first one will be to identify real problems. So we call this voice from the street. So it's going to be a few months of try to through our network to document worker stories in different cities worldwide. So we'll try to map the whole work to identify these real problems. Then the second one will be set real solutions. This will be human oriented. So will be to try to solve these problems that we have identified. We name it Technology Meets Reality. And here will be mainly a set of webinars and workshops focused on these new technologies, AI, and how can you use some of these LLMs or these things in real life and the pros and cons. And finally, to drive change, we will set a task force that will be try to do potential solutions to bridge this gap and create a roadmap. So hopefully next year in 2026 in this online conference or in the World Congress, we can share with you how this flagship is going and the main initiatives and gaps that we have bridged. So that's it from my side. As you can see here, this is the QR code you can scan to join our YPG. You can contact me, Kartik, Mafalda. Mafalda is our focal point with the big ISWA, and really encouraged to join, especially if you are starting your career now. You will have great opportunities here, and you will be engaged and stay with us for sure. So that's it from my side, and thank you everyone. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and I think I will pass to James.
Thank you, Julio, for your nice introduction of the ISWA YPG, and everyone please stay with us until the afternoon, where you will hear more from Kartik regarding the different activities of the different YPG working groups. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce you to our honorary speaker, James Law. Please welcome James, the president of the International Solid Waste Association. James is also a vice president at SCS Engineers based in Richmond, Virginia, with over 38 years of experience in civil geotechnical engineering and solid waste management across national and international projects. He has also served on the ISWA board from 2017 to 2023 and was honored as an honorary member. And Mr. Law has also been an active member of the Solid Waste Association of North America, SWANA, for over 30 years. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to James. James, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Amani. And for those first of all, good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you arrived late, I'm James Law. I'm happy to be here to speak to you for the first time as your president of ISWA. It is my pleasure to join all of you, whom I believe a dynamic and forward-thinking group of young professionals. You are indeed the future of our industry, and perhaps the last generation with the power to decisively shift the trajectory of our planet from wasteful to wasteless. As you may have already known that the theme of our upcoming 2025 ISWA World Congress to be held in Buenos Aires, Argentina in late October is also called Towards a Wasteless Future or a Wasteful Planet ? It aligns perfectly with our online conference topics today. Our past ISWA President Carlos Silva Filho has been vocal about transforming of the waste sector into a transformation industry, emphasizing the climate, health, and economic impacts of waste mismanagement. As your current ISWA president, I am fully on board and supportive of this concept. Let's begin with the reality of the global waste crisis. The world is generating waste at an unprecedented rate. According to the United Nations Environment Programs, global municipal solid waste could reach 3.8 billion metric tons by 2050, and which is up from 2.8 billions in 2023. That is nearly doubling in just one generation. This doubling obviously would increase the cost of managing waste. But the real cost, it is not just tonnage. It is in the hidden costs, such as pollutions, public health crisis, and climate change. In 2020, these impacts cost the world $361 billion, and by 2050, if taking the business as usual attitude, that cost would rise to $640 billion if we don't act urgently. So this brings us to our central question at the fork in the road. Are we heading toward a wasteless future or a wasteful planet? The answer depends on the choice we make today. Waste is not just a byproduct of consumption. It is a design flaw, a symptom of linear thinking in a world that desperately needs circular solutions. We must stop seeing waste as an end and start seeing it as a resource, a raw material for innovation, energy, and economic opportunities. Now, is there a need for change or transformations? At ISWA, we believe the waste sector must evolve into a transformation industry. This means 5 things. The first one, designing to include waste from the start and rethinking products, packaging, and systems end-of-life design. Second, embracing circular economy principles and scale up circular models to reuse, repair, remanufacture, and recycle. Number 3, investing in infrastructure and innovation, especially in the global south, where waste mismanagement is most acute. Number 4, supporting and empowering informal workers who are often the unsung heroes of recycling systems. And number 5, leveraging digital tools to utilize digital technologies for smarter waste management by using AI, Internet of Things, and blockchains to track, trace, and optimize waste flows. All this tied to economies, which is a big drivers. If you pay attention to the business world and the stock market these last few months, cryptocurrencies fluctuation, increasing use of AI of all kinds of applications, commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and to utilize alternative green energies on vehicles and equipment are definitely on the rise. Now, let me speak directly to you all, the role of young professionals. You are not just our next generation of waste managers. You are game changers, change agents, innovators, and our future leaders. Bear in mind, okay? Your creativities, your tech savviness, and your passion are actually what this sector needs. Whether you are an engineer, an environmental scientist, an educator, a policy analyst, a designer, a software or data scientist, a marketing salesperson, an employee in a public sector, or a regulator in an agency regulating and reinforcing environmental laws and regulations, there is a place for you in promoting a better and sustainable waste management system that we need desperately in combating air, water, soils, including plastic waste pollutions in our ecosystems, and building a circular economy in your neighborhood with local contact. I urge you to first challenge the status quo on outdated system. Do nothing is simply not acceptable. And second, collaborate across disciplines. We need each other on all expertise to make everything work. And number three, push and advocate for policy reform. We need changes to move forward. And number four, start innovative ventures that disrupt the waste paradigms. It is time to sign in new things and sign out old stuff. And number five, take seriously the leaderships of reversing the course of a failed system and restarting a better and sound waste management system that makes sense and beneficial to future generations. In closing, ISWA's long-standing vision on global integrated waste management ambitions is to promote and develop sustainable and professional waste management system worldwide and the transition to a circular economy. Our vision is an earth where no waste exists, with an immediate goal of moving towards it, believing in waste hierarchies that waste should be reused and reduced to a minimum, then collected, recycled, and treated properly. Residual matter should be disposed of in a safely engineered way, ensuring a clean and healthy environment. ISWA believes that this is a basic human right for all people on Earth to enjoy an environment with clean air, water, seas, and soils. Now, to be able to achieve this, we need to work together diligently. Finally, I would like to acknowledge that the path to a wasteless future is not easy, but it is possible. It needs courage, wanting, collaboration, planning, and commitment from all stakeholders and interest groups. Let's not be the generation that looked away and pass on the responsibility to future generations. Let's be the generation that looked waste in the eyes and transform it. Because the choice is ours. The choice is ours. A wasteless future or a wasteful planet, question mark. It is that simple. Enjoy the rest of the conference with many excellent presentation and discussion coming next. And I was so impressed that you had 20 plus section for this online conference. Good job, YPG. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for your inspiring and motivational presentation. It was great pleasure to have you with us today and learn from your experience. And your inspiring keynote has set the stage for the commencement of this conference. Thank you, James.
You're welcome.
We can now start with the first session, where the theme are the waste management and circular economy. This session includes 9 presentations, 8 minutes each. You can submit text questions to the presenters by typing them into the chat box, and presenters will answer them on the same chat panel. Please mention your name and state to which presenter you would like to forward your question, and we kindly ask all presenters to remain until the end of their session and to respond to the audience. So now let's start with the first presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce our first presenter, Federica Dai from Italy. Her presentation is titled Modeling Future Waste from the Energy Transition, a forecast-oriented approach for Italy. Federica is an environmental engineer and research fellow at Politecnico di Milano. Federica, the floor is yours.
Hello, Amani. Let me share my screen. Okay. I hope you can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see you and also the screen. Thank you.
Perfect. Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Amani, for the presentation. And thank you to everybody who has already presented today. It was very interesting, and I am so happy to tell you today about this research project on modeling future waste from the energy transition in a forecast-oriented approach for Italy. Let me start. This research project has already had one result with this book on recovery technologies for the waste flows derived from the energy transition. The elements of the energy transition, as we all know, are the electrification of consumptions and transports, renewable energy sources, and energy storage. But we have decided to focus on these four waste streams, which are lithium-ion batteries for electric vehicles and energy storage systems, electric motors, photovoltaic panels, and wind turbine blades. The goal of this project is the quantitative estimation of waste flows, starting from the current volumes in Italy in 2024 and going on with the forecast in the short and long term in years 2030 and 2050. So here are our four waste typologies that I also call our Fantastic Four. So here they are. Now I'll be back serious. And the approach and methods that we have applied for waste stream modeling start with some data collection, like the electric vehicles registration, PV and wind turbine installations, coupling both historical records and future scenarios. Then we are interested in the future projection on the amount of waste in terms of weight. And how can we do this? We have applied a forecast for the time of decommissioning and a relationship between the mass and the technology characteristics. So, for example, in the case of PV, we have applied a weight to power ratio expressed in kilograms per peak watts of the PV module. Then the big opportunity from this result is the strategic planning and also business opportunities, because from knowing these results, we can understand the treatment capacity needs and also the potential material recovery. So think about all the valuable and critical raw materials that are present in all these products and applications. The methodology applied for forecasting is a sales stock lifespan model. This model receives in input the time series of the yearly quantity entering the market and the viable probability distribution function that is shown here, and I will use the pointer. This function tells us year after year of operational life of the product, the probability of reaching end of life, so the probability that something becomes waste. And here are two curves. The blue one is the early loss scenario, which includes some failures and defects in the first years of life of the product. And the orange curve is the regular loss scenario. Now the function is this one and depends on these two parameters, which is the failure rate and the average lifetime of the product. Then we have a mathematical discrete convolution applied on MATLAB between the temporal time series and the probability distribution. And finally, we have the output of the model, which is the time series of the yearly end-of-life quantity of the product we are analyzing. Now we will tell you about the PV panel case in Italy. So we have used an input time series of PV installed capacity. And in Italy, we have some climate neutrality targets set for year 2030, foreseeing 80 gigawatts of installed PV. And also, we have a document for the long term provided by the electricity and gas operators that is setting two scenarios for 2040 to reach climate neutrality in 2050, which is the distributed energy scenario and the global ambition scenario. The first scenario sees a deeper electrification, while the second scenario foresees a higher penetration of hydrogen in all sectors. Now I will tell you about some results. So here are the results shown for the photovoltaic panel waste in the short term. In green, you can see the input of the model, so the amount, the quantity in thousands of tons per year of installed PV panels. And the histogram is telling us the waste generated in the future from these installed PVs. On the left is the early loss scenario, and on the right is the regular loss scenario. The estimate is of 83,000 tons per year generated in year 2030, according to the regular loss scenario. Now I will tell you about some long-term results. And here you can see all the four waste streams, starting from lithium-ion batteries, specific for electric vehicles or energy storage. Here are electric motors. Here are PV panels, which are divided by the PV cell technology. And as you can see, the most relevant one are the crystalline silicon modules. And finally, we have wind turbine blades divided between onshore and offshore. To clarify, these results are plotted for the distributed energy scenario, so with a greater electrification of the sectors. And the input data of these curves are stopping at 2050 targets. And as you can see, the peaks in the waste generation are occurring after year 2050. But still, we need to account for these amounts of waste that will be generated in order also to estimate the treatment gap and understand the need of waste treatment facilities. To conclude, I will summarize a little bit the results that we have obtained. So we have estimated that for year 2030, there will be generated around 34,000 tons of lithium-ion batteries, 6,000 tons of electric motors, 83,000 tons of PV panels, and 6,000 tons of wind turbine blades in Italy. We are talking about Italy again. While for year 2050, these figures are gonna increase a lot, especially for lithium batteries and PV panels, with hundreds of thousands of tons per year of waste to be treated. And we cannot consider these numbers. Of course, we are aware of the uncertainty of our results due to the market volatility in input data and also the model parameters that might cause some variability in the estimate. But finally, these findings and these numbers can support facility planning and the design of treatment plants in Italy, also to be able to fully recover all the valuable materials that are present in these waste as must be seen necessarily as a resource, which will be also the next step of our project. So thank you very much for your attention. And now I will stay here and I will be able to answer to the questions from the chat.
Federica, grazie mille. Thank you so much for presenting all these interesting research results. Yes, please stay with us and answer any questions in the chat. Now, continuing with our session, it is my great pleasure to introduce our next presenter, Amelia Luke from UK, Hong Kong, Her presentation titled Evaluating Circular Product as Service Models Through Life Cycle Assessment, a Case Study of Laundry Service. Amelia works as a waste and resource management consultant at the McDonald's. The floor is yours, Amelia.
Thank you, Amelie, for the introduction, and also thank you for Federica for the insightful presentation on waste modeling in Italy. So let me share my screen first.
Yes, Amelia, we can see it.
Yep. Is it on full screen now?
Yes, perfect. On
Okay.
full screen.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So good morning and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amelia, and I'm a waste and resource management consultant from McDonald based in the UK. And today I'm really glad to be able to share with you all my previous research work on evaluating the environmental impacts of product as a service model through life cycle assessment with a case study of laundry service in the context of UK. This research was conducted before I joined the waste industry, but it laid a very solid foundation and planted the seed for me to lead my current career in the waste management and circular economy. And it also continues to inform my current work in the waste consultancy. So to begin with, what is a product as a service model and why is it increasingly considered as a circular economy strategy? So in the example of a washing machine, in the traditional product model, profits comes from selling as many washing machine units as possible. So in order to drive sales, manufacturers often may design machines with limited lifespans on purpose, which is a strategy that we call planned obsolescence, leading to overproduction and also frequent disposal. Once the washing machine reaches the end of its life, the user simply needs to buy a new one. So this is a very classic example of the take, make, dispose linear economy. But on the other hand, the product as a service model offers the function of the washing machine as a service. For example, by providing laundry service or like renting the washing machine out instead of like selling the product to the buyer itself. So in this service model, the provider retains the ownership of the washing machine and the profits is made through service delivery instead of the sales of the product. This provides incentives to the service provider to design washing machines that are more durable and efficient, extend product lifespans, and also they are encouraged to support the end-of-life recovery through remanufacturing or recycling in order to save their cost. So that's why this model is considered as something that can help shift to the circular economy more and more in the industry. But how exactly this kind of service model is more environmentally sustainable than the profit model? So this is something that I'm going to find out in my research. So in order to explore this, I conducted a life cycle assessment to compare the environmental impacts between buying a washing machine at home and purchasing a laundry service in the context of UK. I created two hypothetical models, the profit model and the service model, and then I compare the impacts based on a functional unit of doing 28 kilograms of laundry per household per week, which is reflecting the weekly average for an European or UK household. And the assessment covers the entire life cycle from cradle to grave, which includes manufacturing, distribution, use, and then also the end of life phase. But then a key difference in the laundry service model is that it also includes the laundry pickup and delivery phase. So the associated transport impact is also assessed because this like pickup and delivery service is actually a more and more popular offering by the laundry services provided in the markets nowadays. And another difference is that I also assume that in the laundry service model, it will be having some circular features, that is with the use of a more durable and efficient commercial washing machine and with repair and maintenance services provided during the whole life cycle, and plus a higher recycling and recovery rates at end of life. But due to the limited access to the primary data from the manufacturers directly, so the data was mainly collected from the most up-to-date secondary sources from the life cycle assessment database, previous studies, and industry literature to build the inventory. And the assessment method is the recipe midpoint hierarchies method that assess a total of 18 environmental impact categories that allows a more holistic assessment on the environmental applications of the two models. So here's a key results, and also you can see on this slide that on the table at the right are the 18 categories that we assessed. So the result shows that the laundry surface model has a lower relative impact than the product model for all the 18 impact categories. And it shows the greatest improvement potential with around 70% of impact reductions in terrestrial, freshwater, and marine ecotoxicity, as well as mineral resource scarcity. But then in order to test the reportedness of results and understand under what conditions the laundry surface model can be more sustainable than the traditional product model, I have also conducted sensitivity analysis, asking some what-if scenario and what-if questions. And then results show that actually the benefits of the circular features in the surface model can be offset or even outweighed by two factors. Like one is the increasing pickup and delivery distance, as well as some rebound effects that there may be some behavioral change of increased laundry frequency or purchase due to the convenience and time savings of doing laundry by purchasing laundry surface. So the result of this study demonstrates that the laundry surface integrating circularity indeed has a very large potential in being more sustainable than the traditional product business model for washing machines. But it is not a must that laundry surface can bring net environmental benefits, because as we can see from the sensitivity analysis, that it actually depends heavily on how they are designed and implemented. For example, if the model is designed as like a subscription-based model, then it may unintentionally encourage more frequent use of the surface, often with smaller laundry loads, increasing the number of wash cycles needed to meet the functional unit of doing 28 kilograms of laundry per week. But then in contrast, for example, if we design it as a pay-as-you-go model, then it can motivate users to combine larger laundry loads per cycle, and then it can maximize the efficiency of each wash cycle and reduce unnecessary consumption. So therefore, like one key message from this research is that like actually laundry service model or product as a service model should be designed actively to avoid like burden shifting from one life cycle stage to another, and to also mitigate some potential behavioral rebound. But then apart from the business model design, there are also some social challenges that we may need to consider too, because like product as a service can often be perceived as less accessible or desirable because it basically removes the ownership of goods from the consumers. So in order to encourage a larger shift towards this kind of service as a model in long term, we'll definitely need both consumer education and engagement, as well as some attractive, affordable, and accessible model design in order to shift the consumer's mindset and consumption behaviors so as to transit to a more circular and wasteless future. So yeah, this is the end of my presentation. So thank you very much for everyone for listening. If you have any questions, feel free to drop it in the chat box, and yeah, I will stay till the end of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amelia, also for finishing just on time, and for your informative presentation and very well presented results. So as a reminder to the audience, you can submit questions in the chat panel. Now moving to our third presentation, it is my pleasure to introduce Alexander Camino from Germany. Alexander will be sharing his presentation titled Managing Change for Pay As You Throw in Household Waste, Lessons from a Systematic Literature Review. He works as a doctoral student in public management at La Rochelle. Alexandre, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can see my screen properly.
Yes,
First of all,
we
thank you
can
for
see you
organizing.
and
Yeah,
everything is good.
wonderful. Thank you for organizing this conference. So I will present a critical literature review, as you perfectly said, on the change management in the implementation of pay-as-you-throw, because I feel there are some social stakes to be taken into account in the deployment of technology that are effective to reduce the household waste as a whole, but also moreover the residual waste. So, okay. First of all, why to renew the household waste management? So, as James Lowe, our president, explained very well, there are some ecological and economical stakes that we all know here. There are also technical stakes as the saturation of outlets and some NIMBYist movement that avoid to implement new outlets. And few regulation. I'm working in the European context, so there are some directives from European Union and the state member need to implement them. But moreover, there are social stakes that are often masked, and I would like to talk about that today. So just one word on the pay-as-you-throw scheme. What is it? It's very easy. More you throw, more you pay. So it's about to reduce the quantities of residual waste, and it can go from 20% until 90%, so it can be very effective. But also the quantities of household waste as a whole, in order to control or even reduce management costs also, because there is a dramatic increase of costs of the waste management. But even though it's effective, this solution meets some opposition. First of all, some incivility that are encouraged by the pay-as-you-throw scheme, but are not so much studied, is the waste tourism, for example, to go throw the waste in other territory in which the pay-as-you-throw scheme is not yet applied, and the illegal dumping and burning, but is a bit less occurring. On a global perspective, the incivility appears to be limited in scope and duration, and even are sometimes described by some communities as a false problem. There are other problems as the public protests that have been observed in Ireland and France. Also, there are not so much studies, but what we understand is that there is a lack of explanation and solution for recycling and composting for avoiding waste. To not condemn the user to pay a tax. So, in fact, what we understood is that the protest is more oriented toward the terms and conditions of the pay-as-you-throw scheme as the principle by itself. There are also psychological springs as the statu quo bias, tax evasion, the perception of coercion, the green gap, and the negative perception as a whole. And Price proposed a simple adoption model from the political decision to the implementation of the economic motivation, going through the state's explanation and providing alternative to the waste production. So I will talk first of all with the communication stakes explanation, after the alternative and the parameter of this incitation. So the first aim of the communication is to inform for changing the practices and the culture and give meaning about this reform. The target that are some sensitive, by the way, are the large families, the young people, and the middle income households. But there are also some support, the elderly populations, the higher education graduates or the high incomes, and the women also that are more keen to accept this kind of reform. The content of the communication should be that the changes in practice, the ecological and after social issues, the green gap, also the difference between the behavior and the intention, give a feedback on the production, sanitary aspects, but mostly about transparency and honesty. So In the form, the aim is to promote the empowerment by giving the best practices guides and training, and the proximity with the stand in the district and door-to-door and personal communication. So to give some alternative, need to have a complete service offer for the collection, of course, about the capacity, frequency, and the flow, with a priority on bio-waste, but also on the suffered waste that are very sensitive, as the protection, the menstrual pads, and the litter. The people with reduced mobility that are not always taken into account, and the planning. Oh, sorry. Okay. And the planning of the deployment of this solution. So after to have done the communication part and to give some alternative, you can design the economic incentive parameters by the counting techniques. There are two main techniques, the weights and the lifting. The weight is a bit expensive and unreliable due to technical things, and the lifting is in consistency with the national KPIs, which are by kilograms. The price streams also most are applied on residual only, but it's not favor the prevention, only the sorting. So it's better to apply it also on the recyclable stream. The budget balance, there is two ways, the fully variable mode or the binomial mode with a flat rate basis and variable portion. It is very good for the budget balance, but also to take into account the social stakes and the social justice by social pricing. It is very recommended by the literature. Which can be progressive pricing, to have a cost by weight for a certain quantity, after in another tranche, another price by weight, and go on. So there are some specificities to be taken into account, as the legislation, territorial variable, geographic, demographic, etc. The tourism can be one, the rate of collective housing, and the ecological sensitivities, and all those local specificities need to be taken into account by consultation to promote the innovative, the credibility, and as a whole, the policy success. So all of this required a high effort of coordination between all the actors of this public policy. And just to finish and to all the time, there are some scientific critics as the environmental performance that can neglect the prevention when it's only the residual waste which is priced with a pay-as-you-throw scale. The responsibility is all put on the user, but the fabricant, the producer, should have also this responsibility, and some psychological risk in the organization. With reorganization needed sometime, the reaper can lose the identity, and some uncertainty that creates stress among executive and elected official. So thanks a lot to have listening me, and I let the floor to the next one.
Alexandre, merci. Thank you very much for this very insightful presentation. And yeah, please stay with us to answer any questions from the audience. Now, proceeding further with our session, it is my pleasure to introduce Safa Toumi from Tunisia. Safa will be presenting her research on reimagining waste in Tunisia, financing the transition from dump sites to a circular future in response to ISWA 2025, reimagine waste towards a wasteless future or a wasteful planet. Safa works as a researcher in water management at the University of Tunis Al Manar. Safa, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Amani, for that. And thank you so much, ISWA YPG, for this opportunity. I'm gonna share my screen with you. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, I can see it. If you want to click for the full mode, maybe.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Safa, and I'm presenting this work made with my friend and my colleague Bashir Sherni. We are honored to be here today, and the work is titled Reimagining Waste in Tunisia, Financing the Transitions from Dump Site to a Circular Economy. In Tunisia, we generate over 2.8 million tons of waste, and we are in a pivotal crossroads, actually, in 2025. More than 150 uncontrolled dump sites still active until now. And our waste system, the problem with it is it's overburned. This is also a moment to take a breath and that we can make from 2025 a turning point for that and towards circularity. We have to do systematic reform toward the climate responsibility. If we zoom in the numbers, in urban areas, we produce 0.82 kilograms of waste per capita per day. We're just only 0.15 kilogram per capita per day. The collection is stronger in cities, but it's weaker in rural areas. About 80% of the waste is landfilled, and only 80% is landfilled. And the problem with the waste is it really moist. It's 63% of organic waste, and it's coming to 70% in some areas. Landfills in Tunisia, we are operating like 13 controlled landfills. The largest one is in Borshakir in the center of Tunis. It's like a radius of 4 or 5 kilometers from the center. It receives 300 tons daily, but outside of these, over 3,200 illegal dump sites persists. We don't have an MBT or incineration plants. The problem, we are stuck in a bury and forget model. For the legal and institutional framework, we have a quite strong legal tools from the 92, but enforcement is weak, and the institutions, while it's very competent in Tunisia, it operates only in silos. We don't have that cooperation sometimes. We don't have also a clear financial mechanism laws. We can deliver results for the moments. For the grounded multi-level approach, our research covered, it was covered from 2011, from the revolution, to 2024, 2025. We received national policies conducted with like 18 stakeholder interviews, and we mapped waste flows and analyzed financial gaps. We looked globally for Rwanda, Morocco, South Korea, and Colombia for like inspirations. Okay, to close the dump sites, we have to build a circular systems, and we need more than technical solutions. We need smart financing. Furthermore, we have key instruments, and we can tap into like the climate finance, the green bonds that are loans tied to environmental projects, and they're ideal for landfill rehabilitation in Tunisia, and to have with it new infrastructure so they can work in a better way. Plastic credits reward organizations for removing plastics from the environment, and we have the carbon credits, which is monetize avoided emissions from dump site closure or methane capture. I think that in Tunisia we should act to structure access and attract investments to make 2025 like an ending point for the burn and forget, or burn and put in the dump site and forget model. This slide, I call it the cost of inaction. If we delay or perform, the costs will escalate. We are losing economic value through buried recyclables. This is the main problem. We are exposing communities to unmanaged waste, and we are emitting methane from open landfills. The problem is in Tunisia, and especially in some municipalities, big municipalities like Tunis and Sfax, only 27% of the citizens are paying municipal taxes or funding, which makes the funding base for municipalities too weak or too fragile. I love this slide. The global lessons and with the local potentials, we have Rwanda. They have 100% closure of open dam sites like 6 years ago. Our neighbor Morocco, they have the PPP, private partnership between private and public sectors with huge investments. South Korea with 30% municipal solid waste reductions. And in 2023, we have plus 150 encoded dump sites, and the recycling rate is really down 5%. The lesson is when financing and governance align, impact can follow. Sorry, we have the potential, we have to just condition the financial laws. In this slide, we have an example pilot EG-IDD project. It's an example already in motion in Tunisia, and it's a part of the Tunisian and the Bavarian corporations. The project was running. This project was running from 2018 to 2024. We don't lack ideas. We just have to escalate the financial loans. From wasteful to wasteless by design, our vision starts with the national waste financing law to unlock the green bonds that can go from 50 million to $100 million. I'm not really sure of the number, but it's by the World Bank. It's a loan. It's mainly for landfill remediation. We develop 5 region material recovery facility, MRF, material recovery facility, and we bring like 100,000 informal workers into the formal economy through cooperatives. The system design it's not a patch that can be really done. This is the strategic action plan, is to tie funding to municipal performance. This is the point. To reform tax collection so people can pay tax and can have good municipal services, de-risk private investment through clear PPP policy, and empower cooperatives with legal and financial tools. The plan is practical, grounded, and really ready to be implemented. Thank you so much, and I'm ready for your questions.
Safa, shukran. Thank you for your informative presentation and for highlighting on this very important topic. And you already have some questions in the chat. Please, if you can respond to them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We have now reached the 5th presentation of our session. And now please join me in extending a warm welcome to our presenter, Moussa Koulibaly from France. Moussa will be sharing his presentation on From the Shadows to the Spotlight, Formalizing Informal Waste Speakers in Bamako using a mixed method approach. Moussa works as a doctoral candidate at University of Bordeaux. And Moussa, please, the floor is yours.
So, hello, everyone. Thanks, Dr. Amani, for this introduction. I share my screen. I don't know if it's okay now.
Yes, it is perfect.
Okay. So today, I'm Moussa. I'm currently doing my research at the University of Bordeaux in France. And today I'm presenting my research papers entitled From the Shadows to the Spotlight, Analyzing the Heterogeneity and Formalization of Informal Waste Speakers in Bamako using a mixed method approach. So here is my presentation structures. I will begin with the research motivation, and then the research question, the methodology I use for this research. After that, I will talk about the key findings and the key policy recommendation. So Bamako is the capital city of Mali, and currently the city has experienced rapid population growth exceeding 4 million of people in 2022. And so this population growth is linked to rapid and uncontrolled urbanization. And like many rapidly fasting urbanizing cities in West Africa, Bamako faces a significant waste management challenge due to lack of technical, financial, and human resources. So the one reason there are so many dam sites in Bamako. For example, here is a characteristic dam site that we can see in Bamako. And also, as a result, there are so many waste speakers in Bamako. And so, however, these waste speakers are not recognized neither by the local government nor by the local population. So until now, there is no study which profile these waste speakers or formalization. So that's the reason we conducted this study. And we have three main research questions. The first is how vulnerable and stigmatized are informal waste speakers in Bamako. The second one is what are their socioeconomic profiles. And the third is what pathways to formalization are feasible and accepted. So to answer this research question, we use the conversion mix method approach. So it's a combination of quantitative data collection and analysis with qualitative data collection. So for example, with our quantitative data collection, we use the snowball sampling techniques, and we conducted our survey with 118 formal waste speakers in 9 dam sites in Bamako. So here is, for example, our survey scope. So there are dam sites inside Bamako. And for our data analysis, we use 26 variables, including socioeconomic and demographic variables. And we also conducted 20 semi-structure interview, including some waste speakers and some urban stakeholders. So our key findings revealed that among the waste speakers population, the majority, 92% are women, and nearly 98% of them have no formal education. So regarding their working condition, the majority, 95% work 6 to 7 days a week, and nearly 82% of them earn less than 76 euro per month. So in terms of social challenges, most of the waste speakers face daily stigmatization because of the nature of their work. So in terms of our cluster analysis using the K-Medoids cluster, so we split our sample into 5 main clusters. The first one is resilient waste speakers. They earn more money than the average of population, and they use some safety equipment, and most of them live in Commune 6, which is one of the main areas in Bamako. So the second group is the most vulnerable. They earn the lowest income with the highest workload. And the third cluster is the young mixed gender, and the majority of the men in our sample are in this cluster. And also most of these most of the waste speakers in this cluster are young. And the fourth cluster is the negligent or unaware cluster. So it's the opposite of the first one. So most of them don't wear high safety equipment, and most of them live in commune 4. So the last cluster is senior women waste speakers. They have more experience, and some of them have their own house. So regarding the attitude to formalization, most of the waste speakers, nearly 91% support formalizations, and nearly the majority of them, almost 100%, prefer association or cooperative models. So the reason behind this preference is with association or cooperative models, they can have a collective voice, they can also have a social recognition, and they can earn a higher income. So for example, one waste speaker said that a single finger cannot lift a stone, but together they can. So these highlight the importance of solidarity and self-organization for waste speakers in Bamako. And to conclude, this research calls for police intervention to formalize the waste speaking sectors. So waste speakers are, I call them, they are some invisible heroes. So this research recommend to recognize the waste speakers and also to support cooperation or association formation, and to put also in place the extended producer responsibility, which is not so much experiencing in Mali. So future research should explore the feasibility of cooperative or association models. So thanks for your attention. I will be happy to answer to your question.
Moussa, merci. Thank you for this great presentation, and we fully support your efforts in bringing attention to the important role of the waste speakers. Please stay with us for any questions. In general, I'm impressed with the high-level contribution of all presenters. It's going to make the evaluation very hard. And yeah, please feel free to share your questions and comments in the chat box. We ask all the speakers to kindly remain until the end of the session to address any specific questions. Let's have an engaging and interactive conference. We can already see a lot of interesting discussions in the chat, so please keep it going. Now it's time to welcome our sixth presenter, Johnny Ictayes. He's joining us from Spain, and Johnny will be sharing his valuable insights on the topic of Towards a Wasteless Future, Myth or Reality. Johnny works as a waste management and environmental engineer at the IDOM Consulting Engineering Architecture, Bilbao, Spain. Johnny, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Johnny, and today I'm going to be presenting my abstract, which was titled Towards a Wasteless Future, Myth or Reality. You can see my screen, right?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. On our agenda today, we have four main points I would like to talk about. First, a brief introduction about the modern zero waste movement. Then I'll move into the evolution of the waste reduction policies, either on national, international, or regional level. First, then I will talk about the world response. What are changes that some big producers or international communities are doing? And I will conclude with where do we stand now. So, discussing the modern zero waste movement is basically talking about the waste reduction triangle. The main idea is not recycling more, but rather recycling less. I will explain myself a little bit here. Our main aim is to start from the bottom of the triangle, which is the prevention, and we need to, as much as we can, promote reduction, reuse, recycle, and recover. Meaning that we need to avoid as much as possible disposal and landfilling. Focusing on the prevention will help us conserve resources, and in the end of the day, when we start recycling less, it means we are producing less. As one famous advocate say, and I like this proverb a lot, the best waste is the one we don't produce. So we don't have to worry what we'll do about it. So we need to work on the base of the triangle. Many people, not only Bea Johnson, is working on advocating and promoting a zero waste philosophy. Many of them work on embracing zero waste management habits, using less single-use product, and this is helping raise global awareness and reduce waste and promote more sustainability. All of this will lead us to ask a big question, as many of our of my colleagues here and even in the beginning, the President James Law discussed. What are the laws or policies that are pushing towards producing less, and what are the actions that producers and societies are taking? So, the legal framework. To be very fair, there is no legal international framework that helps and promote waste reduction. The EU and the Environment Protection Agency in the United States are working and trying to publish texts that put KPIs, key performance indexes, and targets to reduce waste and prevent single-use product. However, these are not obligations, and they remain centralized centralized in specific areas, while other states do not have, other countries do not have anything specific related to policies or a legal framework. It is important to mention that the United Nations Environmental Programme is working on publishing a global plastic treaty to all its members by end of 2025. However, this is still not in place, so it's still it's something that they are working on, and according to the research, they have been working on this for a long time, and they still have some obstacles, so it might even be delayed beyond 2025. As a conclusion for this section, no global framework is currently in place, and we need to start to tackle and find solution for the single waste used specifically in third world countries and in the global south. And we need to ensure that global initiatives are in place and that will follow the waste triangle hierarchy. Moving to the third section, how is the world responding to these the major problem I just mentioned? We have two paths that usually companies or big producer societies are aiming for. First is EPR, extended producer responsibility. This is one way that some countries and producers are working on, and then we have another way, which is reducing plastic use from the production and increasing recycled content. Some companies or big producer decide to work on both pathways together. So I'm gonna speak about some success stories in waste reduction initiative in big producers. Why am I talking mainly about big producers? Because some of the companies I will be talking about here, like Coca-Cola, Heinz, Procter and Gamble, or Unilever, they control a big majority of the market globally, even in third world countries. And initiative they are working on will help reduce single-use plastic. I will give specific example about Coca-Cola. For example, since 2008, Coca-Cola managed to reduce 30% use of their plastic within their bottle, maintaining the same specifics and the same components of the bottle, but reducing 30% less plastic. They are also aiming on a European level at least to use 100% recycled PET bottles. And this is not only in Europe, but they are also aiming to extend it on a global level. Heinz on the other side, for example, is working on using different kind of cardboard and paperboard within their products. This aims to this type of wrap, which is specific for them. The design they have aims to use 50% less material and 10% less traditional paperboard. On the same pathway, we have Unilever. We're using different brands within its company, like Dove or others. They are aiming to also reduce plastic, and they are also putting on the market bags that can be refilled through the original container. So they are also trying to take initiative and innovative approach toward solving the single-use plastic. Finally, Procter and Gamble have a commitment in the European Union and globally to use a 30% reduction of their plastic used across Europe and globally, as I mentioned, in their main big two brands, Ariel and Lenor. finally, to conclude about this topic, where do we stand? Are we within a myth or a reality? As I just mentioned, some success stories can be seen on a corporate level or national level because some countries are also taking good initiative, but at the same time, the strategic shift worldwide focuses on eliminating landfill use, as we have seen from my colleagues, Morocco or other third world countries in Africa are also trying to work on initiatives and approaches through funding of European Union and global World Bank funding to aim to reduce landfilling and to promote reuse to be able to come as much as possible to sustainable low waste future. However, in my opinion, in order to achieve our targets globally, not only on a centralized approach, we need to examine what can be achieved as quick wins and interim solution. We need to start setting short, medium, and long-term goals that are not out of reach. We should not aim for very high targets, which in the end cannot be achieved. We need to focus on we need to set short, medium, and long-term goals that are achievable, and we need to make this our number one priority. Thank you all for listening, and I will be waiting and listening to your questions in our chat. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Johnny, for this very insightful presentation and for showcasing all these great examples. As a reminder to the audience, you can still submit your questions. I already see very interesting discussions there, so feel free to participate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the 7th presentation of the session. It is with great pleasure that we welcome Hunia Tanveer joining us from Pakistan. Hunia will be sharing her valuable insights on the topic of towards sustainable waste management recycling practices in Karachi. Hunia works as a sustainability and growth lead at the Trasheet. Hunia, the floor is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. If you'd like to share your screen now.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it, but not the presentation yet. Yeah, perfect. If you want to click on full mode, yeah, perfect.
Thank you so much, first of all, and thank you for the introduction. And I would start by saying that I'm very, very excited and very honored to be here. My topic today is towards sustainable waste management, recycling practices in Karachi, which is one of the largest cities and highly populated in the world. I am currently working as sustainability and growth leader at Trasheet, which is basically a startup that was started 7 to 8 years ago, and I'm working there to build some initiatives regarding recycling and organic waste. I have recently graduated from Institute of Environmental Studies, University of Karachi. I would start with my presentation that first of all these pictures that you would see in this presentation are clicked by myself, and yeah. So I belong to Karachi, which generates over 14,000 tons of solid waste every day. There are over 20 million people living in the city and generating these amount of waste every day, and most of it ends up in landfills or is openly burned to reduce the volume. There is only one designated landfill site in Karachi, and which is obviously very limited for the city. Informal sector is one of the major point in this whole presentation. Informal sector that we see every day, because in Karachi there is no formal recycling system, there is no formal waste management system that is working in the city. The informal sector, the kids that we see every day, scavengers, and the women and children, the whole families are doing the recycling, and as a result we see that there is a waste on our streets every day, just laying around there and emitting a lot of gases. So there is poor segregation waste recyclable materials. And yeah, so my study aim and objectives were, first of all, there is no recyclable waste quantitative analysis or quantitative data that is present for Karachi. So this was my aim to be able to quantify the recyclable waste in Karachi, analyze what kind of ecosystem are we working, because obviously there is only the informal sector that is working, so it's very difficult to quantify the waste also. Then the third point was to see how much there is economic benefit, and which is also, again, it's not like documented anywhere. So this was my goal. Um, so we selected 33 urban sites because Karachi is very huge, and it was very difficult for us to basically point out the sites that are that can provide us the data that we need. It was a 12-month survey, and it was not sitting at home. It was just going in the communities, interacting with people, sitting with the informal sector, and collecting that data was like the huge part of our research. Then when we got that data, we basically identified the like segregated the data on based of paper, plastic, metal, glass, and organic. Okay, so organic waste is generally kitchen waste is mixed up in Karachi, but the organic waste, that food waste that I'm talking about, is in the global south. There is we eat bread, which is made like it's flat bread, which is called roti, and the amount of waste that we generate in terms of food is huge. And basically, so this organic waste is that waste that we eat every day, and mostly considering of the flat bread that we eat. So then we quantified the samples and calculated the market data, that how much if we are selling paper, if we are selling plastic, metal, or glass, or organic waste, how much is the value in terms of PKR. And then we analyze the recovery rates and pricing per month. Three of the important things that we calculated: first of all, the 78.4% of the waste was recyclable waste. So that was very shocking for us. And apart from the food waste, paper and plastic were the highest in rate. Then monthly waste was 56,868.24 tons, and paper plastic was the one dominating it. Then there was a huge potential in amount of in with respect to material recovery and recycling, economic cost. Then there was I basically the reason behind the cost benefit analysis was I wanted to understand how exactly is the recycling, informal recycling working, and if we have to integrate that into the formal in a formal framework, what kind of cost components we have to increase. And so this was the whole point of doing the cost benefit analysis. And I basically analyzed that the cost that informal recyclers are putting is very low. Like the labor that they are hiring is charging very extremely low, because they are coming from Afghan refugees and the Afghan kids, and also there are women and children, and so the labor is costing extremely low prices, which is not something that I would recommend, um, but it is something that is happening in our city, and that was very disturbing for me. And then we see the storage cost, the transport cost, administrative cost. All these costs were cut down to an extreme low, because they are just doing things informally, and they're not spending too much on that. So that was one thing that I analyzed. And the revenue that the informal recyclers are generating is up to 3.0 billion per month, which is almost to 10 million, more than 10 million USD. which was very astonishing for me. And this is not something this is not the money that the labor or the small scale recyclers are getting. This is the money that the whole feudals of the recycling system are getting. Informal workers mostly does the recovery, but they don't have any rights. And there is no segregation at source, so there is a lot of material lost. Then obviously there is no policy, there is no economic infrastructure for this, so it's also getting us economic loss and environmental loss. Then this is a picture has very special place in my heart. I actually captured it, and this kid came up to me, and she was collecting basically plastic and paper waste in this little plastic bag, and she actually came up to me, and I captured her picture. And this was something that stayed in my mind, that these are the gaps that we need to fill. This is weak waste governance and enforcement, and obviously there is no data that is being documented for this. So obviously the policies that are made without data doesn't last, and that are not implemented well. The informal sector is excluded from our social systems. They are not getting the justice that they deserve, and a huge amount of waste is just laying around there, and none of it is recycled properly, because these kids don't know how to recycle it, and they don't deserve to be on the streets. So that was something that came up to my mind. Then obviously Karachi's landfill sites emit methane, which is 84% more stronger than carbon dioxide. The amount, 1 ton of plastic, I basically put it this so that to understand the urgency of the situation, is that 500,000 plus informal workers could benefit from this circular economy reform, but because of the lack of proper system and proper policy and proper waste management, this is something that we are lacking. And there is no local data to inform the policymakers, to inform them that this is something that we need for better policies. The whole point of this was to basically collect the data, document it, and put forward my work so that there could be betterment for the recycling system and the waste management system that we see every day in our city. So this is the crucial data to inform urban waste policy before COP30 in Brazil. It basically aligns with the 3 main SDGs that I was enforcing, is that sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, and climate action. These are again some initiatives that I took in the bleach cleanups and some community cleanups, so to raise awareness. And some things that I would suggest is that the waste segregation, if we want to implement the waste segregation at source, there should be some public incentives, because we've seen in the past that we faced a lot of public backlash when we were implementing segregation at source. Then integration of informal recyclers, especially women and youth, in the formal recycling system, so they would feel heard, and they have the experience of working in the ecosystem for very long, so we can make them feel important, and this would actually lead to a better community action. Then invest in the recycling infrastructure and MRFs, of course, and just lead community circular initiatives. And very important that we have to have some data-driven policies for waste and climate action. Otherwise, this would not be possible. That is the end of my presentation, and I would welcome any other questions related to it. And thank you so much again for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Shania, for highlighting on this very important topic and for being the voice of all these children and women working in the informal sector. Thank you so much for your presentation.
You're very welcome.
Now we have arrived at the 8th presentation of this session. please join me in welcoming Miki Nakai, joining us from Japan. Miki will be presenting on the topic Empowering Young Minds Through Environmental Education on Marine Litter. Miki is from the Kobe City University of Foreign Studies. Miki, please join us. The floor is yours.
Thank you for introducing me. Can you share my presentation?
Yes, please. I can see the full screen. Maybe if you want to share only the presentation in full mode.
Like this? Can you see it? No?
No, I can see the full screen. Maybe if you stop sharing.
Okay.
Maybe if you you can see it in the bottom of the screen if you click on stop sharing.
Stop sharing. Okay.
And then you can share again on your PDF or PowerPoint. Yeah.
Ah, this one. No?
If you click next to the leave button, next to it there is a stop sharing. You can then.
How about this one? Yes.
Yeah, because we
Can you
cannot
see it?
see your. We cannot see. Yeah, and then if you share again, try to just select the PDF or PowerPoint.
Testing.
There is an option next to screen. It's called window.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then from window you can select.
How about this one? No?
We cannot see yet. One more. Yeah, we can see it. Maybe you want to click on the full mode, presenting. Sorry, I cannot read the language to help you further. Yeah, if you can click on, yeah, if you can click on present, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, this one.
I'm doing presentation.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
just wait a few
Sorry
seconds.
for waiting. Okay. Okay.
Not yet.
No yet. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, can you click again on present?
I'm doing it. No.
Okay, I mean we can see your notes, but I mean feel free if you want to start presenting. Or yeah, you can press F5. Thank you from the chat.
Thank you. How
Yeah,
about this one?
You can share again and then press F5. Yeah, press F5.
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 On your
keyboard. I cannot find it.
On your keyboard, there is a button
okay,
F5.
okay. This one? No?
I think you can go ahead because we can see the slides. If you just drop down the notes and then you can start presenting.
Didn't I? Still no?
Okay. Yeah, maybe you can try testing it and then we can try to include you again towards the.
No, this one too?
Maybe we can try helping you during the break. Yeah, if
Okay,
you can
thank
stay with us, and then yeah, we can move now to the next speaker.
Thank
So
you.
yeah, sorry for this. Yeah, stay with us and we'll try to help you during the coffee break. If you can stop sharing your screen, please. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the final presentation of this session. It is with great pleasure that we welcome our last presenter, Igor Benitez, joining us from Brazil. Igor will be sharing his topic on the influence of public recycling motivations on the key performance indicators of MRFs in Brazil. Igor is a doctoral candidate from University of Sao Paulo and Technical University of Denmark. Igor, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Amani. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it perfectly.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Igor, and today I would like to walk you through the findings of our study, which was a joint effort between the University of Sao Paulo and the Technical University of Denmark. To set the stage, let's talk briefly about material recovery facilities, or MRFs. These facilities form the backbone of most recycling systems, and they are essential for making the circular economy a reality. However, their success doesn't just depend on machines or technology. It largely relies on public participation. That is, how much people recycle and how well they sort their waste at home. Therefore, what seems like a technical challenge actually turns into a social behavioral one. Still, we often see that optimization research on MRFs and social science studies on recycling behavior tend to run in isolation. And that's where this study comes in, trying to bridge this gap. Our goal was to better understand a critical aspect of the circular economy, what actually drives people to recycle and how those motivations propagate through the system, influencing the operational and financial performance of recycling facilities. To do this, we framed our work around three guiding questions. First, how does the dominant motivation in a community affect material recovery? Second, is there a trade-off between productivity, financial stability, and fair labor conditions? And finally, how can these insights inform better policies and engagement strategies? To answer these questions, we studied 11 municipalities in Brazil with standardized MRF models to minimize any confounding variables. Our analysis used two main data sets. And here I want to give a special thanks to Instituto Recicleiros, a nonprofit organization dedicated to advancing recycling programs in Brazil, for providing access to their internal data, which was critical to our work. So, from 2024 records, we calculated 9 key performance indicators for each facility, covering operational efficiency, financial self-sufficiency, and labor conditions. At the same time, we used a large-scale probabilistic survey of over 4,400 residents to identify 3 dominant recycling motivations. First, a social community factor. People who recycle to support the income of waste pickers, driven by a sense of social solidarity. Second, a civic urban factor, representing people who recycle to keep their city clean, seeking a more pragmatic and local benefit. And third, an environmental factor, representing those who recycle to protect the environment or conserve natural resource. Finally, because our data was not normally distributed, we employed Spearman correlation analysis. Now, let's take a look at the numbers. Here we have the Spearman correlation matrices showing the strength and direction of relationships between motivations and performance metrics. As you can see, we are not looking at a simple picture. We found strong, moderate, and weak correlations, both positive and negative, across all dimensions. And this tells us that public motivation matters a lot, but its impact really depends on what kind of motivation we are talking about and what performance outcome we are looking at, right? Okay, we have the numbers, But what is the story behind them? We found that local, tangible motivations like helping waste pickers or keeping the neighborhood clean drive better recycling behavior than abstract environmental ideals. This is what we call the empathy effect. In Brazil, for example, the catador, or waste picking in English, is a visible and essential part of the system. Then, when people see their recycling efforts directly benefiting someone, they recognize they become more engaged. It's no longer just about saving the planet. It becomes a human connection. Next, we found evidence of the intention behavior gap. People recycling for environmental reasons have good intentions, but this doesn't always lead to correct sorting. Thus, even though they care, the outcome isn't always aligned with what the system actually needs. We also observed a clear quantity-quality trade-off. Wanting a tidy neighborhood often leads to higher participation rates, but with less careful sorting. This boosts volume, but can compromise the quality of materials. Furthermore, those numbers also bring us to a system-level view, where facilities tend to fall into one of two cycles. In the vicious cycle, dependency on fluctuating revenue from recyclables leads to financial stability, low and inconsistent wages, high turnover, and lower productivity, creating a negative feedback loop. On the other hand, the virtuous cycle begins with a stable revenue source, like a municipal contract, for example. This ensures consistent wages, which reduces turnover and builds an experienced and productive workforce. Higher productivity then boosts financial sustainability, creating a self-reinforcing loop. In conclusion, our findings show that public motivations directly impact recycling system performance, and that tangible local motivations like civic pride or social empathy are more effective than broad environmental messages. Then, based on this, we propose two strategic actions. First one, reframe public engagement. Move away from saving the planet. Instead, use human-centered narratives that highlight civic pride, community, and empathy. Second one, reform compensation models, where municipalities must implement formal payment for environmental services contracts, treating waste picker organizations not just as informal actors, but as professional service providers. This shift is essential to breaking the cycle of precarity and build fair, stable, and effective circular economy. That's it. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Well done, Igor. Thank you very much for your great presentation and showing all these very interesting results. Thank you so much. Now we conclude the first session of the conference, and thank you for all who participated in this first session. The presentations in session 1 have been excellent, making it challenging for us to select the best presenter. And thank you for your outstanding contributions. Now let's actually take a very short break, and after that, I leave the floor for my colleague, Dr. Ashpreet Kaur, who is the Vice Chair of the Research and Innovation Working Group, and who's going to be moderating session 2. So now let's take a very short break, and we'll come back to you. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. I hope all the presenters from session 2 are already here. In case anybody is missing, we will ask them to present at the end again. So my name is Ashpreet Kaur, and I am the co-chair of Research and Innovation Working Group. And I'm a researcher and a consultant at a company based in India. So welcome again, everyone, to the session. And the theme of our this session 2 is technology and innovation. So again, we are very lucky that we have 9 speakers for this session who will be joining us. And please remember to submit your questions through the chat, and you can include your name and state. The speakers will answer you through the chat panel. Okay, so I would now like to welcome our first presenter for session 2, Yu Qian Wu from China and currently in the US, whose presentation title is Anaerobic Digestion of Organic Matter, Case Studies on Opportunities and Challenges in Low Resource Urban Areas. Yu Qian is from the Rocky Mountain Institute. So Yu Qian, the floor is yours.
Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Let me turn on my video. Give me a second. Hopefully that's working. Hi everyone. Very glad to be here today. I'm Yu Chen. I currently work in the Rocky Mountain Institute's waste methane initiative on waste methane reduction projects. We're an NGO based in the US, and I'm very excited to be here today to share with you our work comparing 2 different case studies on deploying anaerobic digestion technologies to treat organic waste in lower resource urban areas in the Global South. So I guess to start, a little bit of context setting in terms of where we want to add value using this work. In many developing countries, organic waste is actually making up more than half of the total waste stream, which presents a significant opportunity for better treatment. With treatment of organic waste can bring wide-ranging benefits, including greenhouse gas mitigation, local health improvements, job creation, extending the useful life of disposal sites by waste diversion, and a lot of other economic, social, and health benefits, specifically for communities. However, successful and sustainable larger scale AD projects are relatively rare, and it is harder to obtain financing in those lower resource contexts. And so what we want to use the study to do is, through our comparative analysis, we evaluate the economic viability and environmental benefits of AD in different scales and contexts in order to show the different use cases. We want to identify what makes them sustainable. We want to identify the enabling conditions and best practices that are more widely applicable than the geographies that we're looking in for these 2 case studies, because a lot of the learnings are common across some of these lower resource areas. And the way we do this is primarily through 2 different techno-economic analysis. Both of these are projects that we identified through our country engagement work. The analysis is grounded in literature review, site visits, and stakeholder engagement. We are grateful for our local contractors, which helped us with collecting local data and tailoring our scenarios to local context. some of the guiding questions listed here are those that we ask ourselves during the analysis, which is at what scale would this project become economically viable? What are the main factors that enables economic viability? And how do we better quantify or take a more holistic view of the benefits of deploying AD in these contexts in order to make a better case for some of these projects? These are more information about the two case studies that we found and looked at in this analysis. On the left, this one is a smaller scale one on the slaughterhouse in Lagos, Nigeria. It's treating about 330 kilograms per day of feedstock. It is a combination of animal waste on-site and food waste from a nearby market. The end use of biogas is mostly for on-site electricity generation, as well as using as alternative fuel for animal skin cleaning that would replace diesel, which is a source of significant local health and local health benefits for workers. And the one on the right is a much bigger scale one. It's at the Komodu market in Chennai, which is one of the largest markets in India, and the newly announced facility has a planned capacity about 200 tons per day of feedstock processed, mainly market waste, so fruits and vegetables, flowers, a little bit of food waste from nearby hotels that is mostly for co-digestion or better biogas yield. End use that's planned for biogas is cooking fuel. And so I wanted to show here just a project design business model flowchart that we created. We have this actually for both of our case studies, but for the sake of time showing one, you can see like inputs, outputs, end use, and revenue stream. This is the structure that we use to guide our quantitative analysis. And so this is also using the Lagos project as an example. We actually analyzed 5 different scenarios here, the BAU, and then scenarios 1, 2 are capacity expansion scenarios for fuel switch, as well as for biogas and use diversification. And then we used alternative scenario 3 and 4 to look at the potential impact of economic incentives such as grants, low interest loans, and assumed production tax credit. This is not the current policy in Nigeria, but we wanted to look at what if there is such policy or incentive, how much of an impact this would have. And so quickly, before we dive into some of the conclusions that we've drawn across the two studies, wanted to show one of the quantitative results that we're seeing. So in the BAU scenario, as I said before, this is a really small project, but it is already economically viable with a project IRR of 6%. And we've listed here some enabling factors for economic viability, but I will talk more about that with the cross comparison results, just for the sake of time. So wanted to highlight some key findings that we have concluded across the India and Nigeria case studies. Across the two case studies, we analyzed a total of 9 different scenarios, including BAUs and expansion scenarios. And as I said, the impact of financial incentives, all 9 scenarios are economically viable, showing a positive IRR. And as the scale of the project increases, the project economics is getting better. There are a list of environmental and social benefits that we've looked at that is listed here. Some things that I wanted to highlight mostly on this slide is what are the enabling factors of a successful AD project in the lower resource areas in Global South. So one thing is a clean, non-contaminated, consistent feedstock that is close to the point of treatment, because that would reduce logistics costs and also boost boost biogas and digestate yield. And then also there is a significant need that we've both heard and seen in terms of the need of capacity building, especially technical capacity for better O&M for AD projects and systems in order to reduce downtime and also boost biogas yield. And there is a need for end market for both biogas and digestate because it is important to actually look at what are the best end uses for biogas in the context where your project is situated. As I talked about before, the Lagos and the India case study that we looked at, the end use are different. And for digestate, it is important to understand, like, do local farmers know that they can use digestate as organic fertilizer to boost crop yield? If not, how do we make them aware of that and inform better participation? Is there a certain kind or level of financial incentive that would help there as well? This is also an important consideration. And then to further
Eugene, sorry, quickly,
yeah.
we're almost out of time for the presentation, so can you please try to wrap it up?
Yeah, 1 minute.
Sure.
So lastly, in order to drill down into some of the technical needs that we've seen, we've also looked at the technology for AD system, particularly to accommodate hard to digest feedstocks, because such as banana peels, this is very common, especially in market waste, as we see in Komodo market. So we look at the challenges and some of the mitigation factors in pretreatment, in carbon to nitrogen ratio, as well as specific O&M. And so wanted to spend maybe like 30 seconds on what kind of directions that we want to take this into in the future. This is obviously just a part of a larger body of work on organic waste treatment in the Global South. But we wanted to continue our techno-economic modeling in order to establish rule of thumb of economic viability in terms of size and technology, and then doing similar analysis for composting and other organic waste treatment options for comparison. And then we think that there is an opportunity to inform our findings to policymakers as well as project developers so that they are aware of what options they have, and maybe it is a first step to getting better financing for these projects in the context that we are looking at here. Yeah, my contact information is here, as well as you can find our publications in the QR code, so happy to talk more in the chat or after. Oh, you're muted.
Sure, you're muted.
So sorry about that. Okay, thank you so much, Eugene, for your presentation. And if there are any questions for Eugene, please put in the chat box. So now we will be hearing from Bola Oshinusi. Sorry if I'm butchering the name. From Canada, whose presentation title is Integrating Organic Waste and Urban Farming for Sustainable Development in the Global South. Bola is from University of Toronto. Bola, the floor is yours.
Hello, can everyone see and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. I am Bola Oshinusi. I'm a sustainability consultant and researcher based in Toronto, Canada, and my presentation is based off of my doctoral thesis titled Integrating Organic Waste and Urban Farming for Sustainable Development in the Global South. So just a bit of context around my topic. I've always been interested in how waste management systems can be made more efficient in cities of the Global South. Globally, we know the generation of solid waste has been exacerbated by urbanization and rapid population growth, particularly in countries like Nigeria that are more vulnerable to the impacts associated with waste overproduction and improper waste disposal. So the literature has shown us that how much of an influence colonization has had on modern day waste management practice across different municipalities, from more affluent to less affluent communities, as shown in the pictures above. These are two of the more and least affluent communities in Lagos, Nigeria. So I'm interested in seeing what different methods could be put in place to not only help to bridge this gap between these discrepancies, but also to make environmental systems more sustainable for future community development in regards to waste management. My focus is specifically here on organic waste, particularly because cities and countries of the Global South tend to have higher concentrations of organic waste in their waste streams compared to globally in the West. And organic waste that is properly managed can be carefully sorted and supplied as a crop fertilizer to urban farmers and community members to help support local agricultural production and food security whilst reducing waste. So looking at in the form of organic waste compost. So why Lagos? As shown in the graph on the right from the World Bank, as of 2018, Lagos only has about 10% of its waste properly collected compared to other major cities in sub-Saharan Africa. Of the 27 million people that are food insecure in Nigeria, approximately 3 million of them live in Lagos alone. So my research is research generally pertaining to political and socioeconomic influences of waste integration and waste segregation behavior and agricultural development is kind of limited in urban contexts like Lagos. And my research provides this opportunity to work with representatives from municipal and state governments in conjunction with NGOs, private organizations, to help with recommending and developing initiatives that can influence community level participation for waste diversion and localized food growth. So again, Nigeria kind of has the highest household food waste in Africa at about 189 kilograms per capita per year. So by using recycled organic waste to power local food production, urban agriculture has the potential to really close the production consumption loop and transition from plate to landfill to more plate to plate practices with the production of organic waste compost, and particularly with looking at this cyclical nature here. So in this instance, the aim is to have a system that works sustainably through the diversion of organic waste away from landfills and back into a system that can help to feed those that are most food insecure. So my methodology was broken down into two phases. Oh, I'm sorry. So phase one was literature review. Basically, I conducted a literature review to identify different programs across other countries and cities of the Global South that have utilized community organic waste segregation programs and used that organic waste for localized agricultural production. And I identified 12 studies through my qualitative data analysis, which then helped me to identify 5 main factors that seem to be the most prevalent in regards to the implementation and development of these programs. And these were political support, private NGO partnership with municipal governments, community participation, the willingness of farmers to participate, and then the availability of funding. And I don't have much time to get into it here, but basically then developed a criteria for each category to help rate how strongly each study presented each of these categories, with red being the highest and green being the lowest prevalence. And then in phase two, once we were on ground in Lagos, we then applied it to those 2 municipalities, Etiosa and Ajah. And those are the pictures of the 2 municipalities that you saw in the beginning of the presentation, one of the most and one of the least affluent municipalities in Lagos. And I focused on 3 main research groups. Policymakers were members of the Lagos State Waste Management Authority and the Ministry of Agriculture. And basically, we asked them about the feasibilities and challenges with waste management policy and agricultural development, implementation, and the implementation of recycling systems in Lagos. Urban farmers in both municipalities were interviewed to help with discussing their familiarity with using food waste and organic waste compost compared to inorganic fertilizers, and their willingness to participate in community-based programs should they be made available. And then local residents, we surveyed over 100 residents across both municipalities to help with understanding their attitudes towards segregating their waste, what were their biggest barriers, and again, what would help them to be more incentivized to do so. So based on the data collected, we then conducted the same graph at the top here to show how these municipalities would stand in relation to the 5 identified categories from phase 1. And this helped us to basically develop specific recommendations to tackle these 5 areas in regards to the Lagosian context. So just briefly with my conclusions and recommendations, basically we found that the integration of organic waste segregation frameworks would be really helpful if it was put into basically existing municipal waste programs, including the recruitment of informal workers who have a very big role to play in recycling, especially of dry recyclables. And then with the involvement of private sector participants as well for developing educational awareness tools and segregation and composting demonstrations, because it's not something that is widely done yet in Lagos. And so there is room here for private sector involvement to help with increasing this and, helping with supporting the work that the municipalities are trying to implement. And then also looking at perhaps implementing organic waste subsidized buyback redemption schemes to help, again, with incentivizing communities and urban farmers to help with their participation in these programs as well. So that is pretty much it. So this is just to show that this is our own balcony in Lagos, and we live on the 17th floor. And it's just a way to show that we don't have access to direct farmland, but it's just a way to demonstrate the ability that one can have on looking at their localized waste, which we have in this third picture here. We make our own compost at home and growing your own produce, even if it is on a very small scale, like peppers and tomatoes and things like that. So thank you very much, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you so much, Bola, for your insightful presentation. And yes, everybody, if you have any questions for Bola, please put in the chat box. So now we have the pleasure of introducing our third presenter, Omar Mohammed Abdeldayan from Netherlands. Omar will be discussing the topic of human-centric AI for optimizing organic waste valorization. Omar is from the IHE Delft Institute of Water Education. Omar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ashpreet, for this introduction. Can you see my screen?
Just a second. Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for this introduction. It's my pleasure to present a part of my PhD research at the 8th ISWA YPG International Conference. The presentation is entitled as Human-Centric AI for Optimizing Organic Waste Valorization. So, as you know, the increase of human population, reaching almost 8 billion people in 2025, has led to the generation of an enormous amount of waste. A large proportion of this waste comes in the form of wet organic waste, and it comes from different sectors. It can come from an agricultural sector, from food industry sector, from municipal waste, or from wastewater treatment. So that's why researchers from all over the world give the attention to resource recovery. There are actually numerous processes for resource recovery, such as biological or thermochemical conversion. And for today's presentation, I will focus on a thermochemical conversion process called hydrothermal carbonization, and is widely known as HTC. So more about HTC, it operates in the presence of water, so there is no need for prior drying compared to the other conventional thermochemical conversion processes. It operates at a low temperature range, varying between 180 to 300 degrees Celsius. This leads to an autogenic pressure that usually lies between 2 to 10 megapascal. And due to that pressure, the subcritical conditions prevail and the water remains in the liquid phase. Typically, the residence time lies between 1 to 12 hours. And on the right-hand side, you can see a schematic diagram for the lab-scale batch reactor that we have at my university. So basically, it is composed of a well-sealed reactor with a heating jacket, and it is equipped with a pressure meter, and a thermocouple. And of course, all of that is connected to a computer and controlled by it. So here you can see the basic reaction of hydrothermal carbonization, where we have the wet biomass as our main reactant. This process is exothermic, so it releases heat during the process, and we get mainly three product fractions. The first product fraction is solid hydrochar, which has similar properties to biochar, and it is considered to be a value-added product. The second fraction that we have is the liquid fraction, which is composed mainly of organic acids, and we also have a gas fraction, which is composed of mainly of carbon dioxide. So if we go to the literature, we will find out that there are more than 100 potential applications of hydrochar. That's why it's widely considered to be a highly value-added product. Going to the literature and focusing more on modeling itself, we will see that there are plenty of models that have been used in modeling of the HTC. It varies between kinetic modeling, response surface methodology, multi-physics modeling, and process modeling. However, there are some limitations of the currently used models in literature. Many of them are case-specific, either to feedstock or process conditions. Some of the models are limited to specific outputs, such as the kinetic modeling. And here comes the potential of AI to cover these gaps. One of the main advantages of the AI that it is generic, so it can be biomass agnostic. It can work with any type of biomass, and it's not limited to any specific conditions. If the model is implemented correctly, it can significantly reduce experimental and computational costs. And of course, it is scalable and adaptable. So conventionally, in the lab or in the industry itself, we usually have HTC reactor, as you can see over here. This HTC reactor is usually loaded with wet biomass, which has specific properties such as proximate analysis or elemental analysis. And the process itself is tuned using specific process parameters such as temperature, residence time, or biomass to water ratio. So at the end, we get the hydrochar, which is our value-added product. And it also has specific properties such as proximate analysis, elemental analysis, and of course the hydrochar yield for the whole process itself. So basically, our main aim in this study is to substitute the conventional experimental approach with a more numerical approach based on the inputs of that we have, such as the biomass properties and process parameters. And we will do that by developing an AI model capable of prediction of the hydrochar properties. So basically, we have followed a human-centric approach where the human expert interacts with all of the aspects of the process itself. We started by the data collection by analyzing the constraints and assumption for collection. In this study, we collected 544 data points from the literatures and also from the experiment done by our research group. The second part is the preparation and pre-processing. It includes the removal of outliers, feature selection, certification and binning, and data splitting. The third part is modeling, which I will focus on the next slides. And finally, we have the validation using external database and the test dataset as well. So we started our methodology or modeling approach by training 8 different models. Some of these models are good in specific aspects, while others are, while none of them is perfect in all of the aspects. So that's why we had to come up with a novel decision fusion framework. Basically, this approach is composed of 2 steps. The first step is averaging the best performing model's prediction. And then we have a second step, a stacked meta learner, which learns from the mistakes done at the first step, try to correct it. And then at the end, the overall model will have an accurate final prediction. This approach will provide us with high prediction accuracy, address single model specific limitations, and also it is generalizable and scalable. Here in this slide, we summarized the main results of the decision fusion model predictions. In the first column, we have the different features that we have studied and also we have tried to predict. It ranged between proximate analysis and also elemental composition and also the yield. In the second column, we have a metric called adjusted test R-square, which usually between 0 to 1. This metric can give us an idea about the accuracy of the model itself. So over here, we will see that it ranges between 0.98 to 1.0. And for a specific feature such as yield that is hardly predicted in literature, we were able to get 10% improvement over the best available model in literature. So regarding the conclusions and takeaway messages, we can say that advanced machine learning enable efficient prediction and optimization of hydrochar properties. The developed agnostic model can handle different types of feedstocks, process conditions, which makes it scalable and broadly applicable. The use framework supports a data-driven approach for organic waste valorization. And of course, this approach is adaptable to waste treatment processes beyond the hydrothermal carbonization. So that's it from my side. Thank you all for your attention. Please feel free to drop me your questions in the chat box or email me on this email. Also, if you're more interested in the work, you can visit our recently published publication regarding this work using this QR code. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar, for your presentation. Again, please, everybody, please feel free to drop in the chat if you have questions for Omar. So now we will be continuing and welcoming our fourth presenter, Sofiane El Barkawi from Morocco. Sofiane will be sharing their research on the topic optimal biochar for efficient methylene blue adsorption as a model of organic pollutants. Sofiane is a doctoral researcher from the University of Gadi, Morocco, and the University of Florence, Italy. So, Sofiane, the floor is all yours.
Hello, everybody. Do you see my screen? Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, just a moment, please. Sure. Yes. Complete. I guess now it will appear.
I did not see it on my end yet, but
Not yet, sir?
no.
Just a moment.
Sofiane, next to the mic button, you can see share one.
What?
Next to the mic button, you can see the share.
Yeah, I see. And I do like complete.
Yeah, if you can click maybe on Windows and then select your presentation.
Not yet. I don't know.
If you would need a little bit more time, let us know so we can call you at the end of the session.
It's not accept to chat. I don't know, but strange the first time for me.
It should be next to the mic, the share, and then you can select the windows, and then if your presentation is open, you should be able to see it.
Does he has the rights for sharing? Yeah, it looks like.
Not sure.
1 second, let me just verify. No, okay. Yeah, you do have the full rights, so. Yeah, maybe if you want, you can restart your system and then Ashpreet can call you towards the end of the session.
Okay, as you want.
Yeah, okay. So we'll call you at the end of the session. Hopefully it will be all figured out by then, but let us know if any help is needed. We'll move on to the fifth presentation of the session, given by Angela. I'm so sorry, I don't think I'll be able to say the last name. From RN Macedonia, whose presentation title is Impact of Different Saturations and Loads on Waste Shearing Strength. Angela is Junior Environmental Officer from State Environmental Inspectorate of North Macedonia. So, Angela, the floor is all yours.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, and we can.
I think, and also you can see my presentation just to. Okay. So welcome everyone. Thank you for attending. My name is Angela.
Sorry,
Penalbus.
Angela.
Okay, sorry.
We can see. Yeah, we can see your notes if you'd like to.
Just a second. Just a second.
Hide presenter. Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, now we can see it without.
Wait.
Okay. No worries.
Just a second. So display setting. Now it's okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, so you're just seeing my presentation, right?
Yes, without the
Okay,
notes.
so
Go ahead.
I can go once again from the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, so once again, welcome everyone. Thank you for attending. My name is Angela Tamilkovska, and today I will present the findings from our research that is conducted at the Rusino landfill in North Macedonia. This work is based on laboratory testing and geotechnical modeling to support safe vertical expansion on the site. Today, we are seeing a global shift in waste management from abandoning landfills to strategically reusing them. This transition is driven by economic benefits such as more efficient land use and reduced need for new sites. Spatial efficiency, particularly important in Europe, urban or constrained areas, and ecological preservation by minimizing disruption to untouched land. One effective approach is, of course, vertical expansion, which helps increasing landfill height instead of footprint. A clear example is the Rusino landfill in western North Macedonia, which covers 13.5 hectares with 400,000 cubic meters of mixed municipal waste. The waste depth ranges from 2 to 8 meters, and it's built without proper environmental controls, sits on clay, and which influencing settlement behavior. Looking forward, Rusino has potential for redevelopment, but this depends on ongoing stabilization and monitoring. This case shows how technical modeling and vertical expansion can turn old landfills into the future assets. So let's take a quick look at the two types of the tests we used. And the first direct shear tests were done on waste samples and at 0, 50, and 100% situation to simulate real conditions like rain or dry periods, as you can see from the table. We applied normal stresses from 25 to 200 kilopascals, which reflect typical landfill pressures. Two sample types were tested, one compacted and one loose, with bulk densities of 6.2 and 4.13 kilonewton per cubic meter. All tests were done under the drain conditions to reflect long-term behavior, which is critical for vertical expansion. Second, which is really important to mention, under this research, we ran other oedometer tests on the same samples in order to measure compressibility. And these results were also used in GEO5 and SETTLE3 for modeling and were also shared at the Warsaw conference and published by Springer Nature. The main goal was to get the data that truly reflects the field conditions and to use that to support more accurate engineering design. The test followed drain condition with controlled saturation level to simulate rainfall, drying and consolidation effects over time. At low stress levels, the range was 25 to 50 kilopascals, and we observed friction angles ranging from 37 degrees to 44 degrees with the highest values at 0% saturation. Cohesion range from 21 to 30.5 kilopascals with peaking at 50% saturation. This result shows that the moisture significantly influences strength under dry conditions, and interlocking between waste particles is stronger, leading to higher friction. Also, you can on this slide you can see the samples that are from this particular direct shear text experiments. But let's move forward. And at higher stresses, the stress range from 150 to 200 kilopascals. Friction angle, in this case, the friction angle decreased to 27.5 degrees to 39 degrees, and cohesion show large variations from 16.5 to 62 kilopascals. What was interesting, it was that cohesion dropped sharply at this point at 50% saturation before increasing again at a 100% saturation. So this you will see it visually on the diagram, which I will present it later. But I have to mention that this behavior reflects the complex nonlinear nature of the waste materials under compression and moisture changes. Also, we use the Moore column failure criterion to interpret our results. Is the equation you can see on the slides. Both cohesion and friction angle are key inputs for modeling and slope stability, as we discussed earlier. But here's the important part: our results shows a non-linear failure envelope, while most slope stability analysis assume it will be linear. So this difference really matters for accurate modeling. We used our measured parameters, as I mentioned before, in GeO5 and Settle3 to simulate landfill deformation, as you can see from the slide, to stimulate landfill deformation and settlement under the actual expansion loads. So we are going to the interpretation of the results. As I mentioned before, here is the diagram where you can see the drop of the ultimate cohesion, which is the lowest at 50% saturation, and then increased rapidly on 100% saturation. So the strength of the municipal solid waste depends on more than just stress and moisture. Other important factors include the age of the waste, its level of decomposition, and how the samples were prepared and tested. Our tests show that the friction angle and cohesion change with both stress and moisture, and they are not fixed values. This means we need to do site-specific testing to get a reliable data. These findings are especially important when planning vertical expansion. Moisture, whether from rain, leachate, or seasonal changes, can greatly affect slope stability. By using both of direct shear and odometer tests, we can more accurately model waste behavior and better identifying risk before construction starts. So let's conclude. This study shows that the mechanical behavior of municipal solid waste changes a lot depending on how wet it is and how much stress it's under. We use, as mentioned a couple of times before, two types of tests: direct shear test to measure the shear strength, and odometer test to understand long-term compression of the waste. These results really matters for the design. Why? Because saturation, as I mentioned, from rain, leachate, or heat can greatly reduce shear strength, and especially by the friction angle. Cohesion, on the other hand, doesn't behave it in a straight line either, so it needs to be interpreted carefully. By using both testing methods, we get a clearer understanding of how the waste will behave, and this helps us design slopes, stable slopes, reliable cover system, and plan for settlement over time. Our values are in line with the global data, but it's still important to adjust them to the local conditions. In the end, these findings are key for safe vertical expansion, avoiding slope failures, and predicting long-term changes in the landfill. So thank you for your attention. Improving landfill safety starts with understanding the waste, and I'm glad to be part of the conversation. Here my info. Feel free to connect for collaboration or technical exchanges on environmental issues, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you so much, Angela, for your informative presentation. And please do stick around for the questions if in case our participants have any. So now we have reached the sixth presentation of the session. So please join me in welcoming Jyoti Bodas from USA. Jyoti will be presenting on the topic of overcoming regulatory barriers to closing dump sites and implementing landfills in Lagos, Nigeria. Jyoti is from Rocky Mountain Institute. So Jyoti, please, the floor is yours.
I'm sorry, I forgot I was muted. It's great to be here. I hope everyone can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. So yes, thank you, everyone. My name is Jyoti. I'm an associate with the Rocky Mountain Institute's Waste Methane Initiative, and I will be presenting our recent policy analysis, overcoming regulatory barriers to closing dump sites and implementing sanitary landfills in Lagos, Nigeria. This report was co-authored with the Lagos Waste Management Authority. Jyoti,
Sorry.
you're muted.
Yes, Jyoti, you are on mute.
Sorry about that. I was saying to kind of lay some groundwork ahead of getting into the analysis. In dump sites with little to no environmental controls, there are a huge risk to human and environmental health. And in regions that primarily rely on dump sites to navigate their waste disposal, upgrading to more sanitary forms of waste disposal is essential to mitigate these risks. However, this transition, which is often to landfills, engineered or sanitary landfills, presents numerous challenges that are often exacerbated by or caused by the lack of a comprehensive policy framework, as is the case in Lagos, which has recently announced plans to shift from dump sites to landfills in the coming years. So through this report, we hope to inform policymakers and regulatory agencies to help improve the frameworks in Lagos to facilitate an equitable and efficient transition. And our process for doing this generally is to identify the challenges that are most relevant to Lagos, to conduct a policy gap analysis to compare Lagos's frameworks to those in jurisdictions that do have sanitary landfills, and finally to develop policy recommendations to help improve Lagos's frameworks. So in the process of doing this, we looked at a lot of different types of information. I'm not sharing it all here for brevity, but we looked into the various transitions in different parts of the world and stakeholder impact. But please do check out our report. I'll share the link at the end of the presentation to learn more about that. But as I mentioned, the challenges are a really important part of our analysis, and we talked to experts, stakeholders on the ground, and did a lot of research to find what challenges would be most relevant for Lagos. I'm just going to kind of draw out some highlights here. So in terms of social challenges, social resistance is a really important challenge, particularly from waste pickers. In the closure of dump sites, oftentimes their livelihoods are displaced. And so continued resistance could mean protests or continued waste picking at the landfill, which can cause a lot of safety issues and sometimes even cause landfills to revert back to somewhat of a controlled dump site situation. So that's a really important challenge to address responsibly. Technical challenges include a lack of proper monitoring and control measures. Political challenges include lack of enforcement oversight to prevent some of the safety risks. And finally, economic challenges. One really prominent one is poor cost recovery. This is often due to the fact that sanitary landfilling increases the cost of waste disposal, and waste generators are not always able to cover those costs since many of them are passed down to the generators. And also insufficient planning for economic opportunities, particularly for waste pickers, to make up for the jobs that are lost as a result of the closure of the dump site. So just an overview of some of those challenges there. And as I mentioned, we did a policy gap analysis. So we looked into the current frameworks in Lagos for waste disposal. And we also looked into the current frameworks in Ghana, Brazil, the United States, and Austria at a national and subnational level, and essentially compared what was in those frameworks, which are countries that either have had sanitary landfills for a long time or have more recently transitioned, to Lagos, which is yet to transition. And so what you see on screen is essentially that. These are the policy gaps in Lagos. And so we've categorized these gaps into these 8 categories. Some highlights here for policy gaps in siting. Lagos's frameworks are currently lacking specific criteria for siting, conditions for selecting and approving landfill sites. Operational gaps include specific operational plans and procedures from anything from waste acceptance to deposition, compaction, and health and safety for workers. Monitoring and controlling gaps include sampling, testing, reporting, and corrective action measures for leachate, groundwater, and landfill gas control. And finance gaps include those for detailed cost estimates and financial assurance through the aftercare period. So we took all of that information and also, everything else that we did through this analysis, including discussions with experts and a lot of the other information we gathered to develop policy recommendations. And these recommendations were conducted under the framework of sanitary landfills being a part of an integrated waste management system. We provided recommendations for both the closure of dump sites and the implementation of sanitary landfills. And our recommendations are categorized by those same 8 categories that you just saw the policy gaps in. Once we had developed our recommendations, we provided those to the Lagos Waste Management Authority, who then assigned roles and responsibilities for all of those recommendations. From there, we also developed some real-world case studies to show how these recommendations are employed in the real world and what are some of the co-benefits that come along with them. So our policy recommendations are about 3 pages long. I can't go over all of them, unfortunately, but just to kind of pull some highlights. In terms of the closure of dump sites, some of our recommendations include recommendations for an informal worker transition plan that's co-developed with informal worker associations. Additionally, requirements for closure and post-closure, guidelines for rehabilitation, and requirements to align the cost of waste disposal with the waste management hierarchy. So, for example, making open dumping more expensive. For sanitary landfills, some of the recommendations include a community engagement plan, procedural standards for things like permitting, siting, corrective action, and closure, requirements for the use and/or destruction of landfill gas, detailed cost estimates, and incentives to promote employment opportunities for informal workers. So although these recommendations are tailored for Lagos, we do believe they can apply broadly across other states in Nigeria and also be taken as inspiration for other jurisdictions around the world. Broadly, we had 4 key takeaways from this work. One is that this transition will advance Lagos's waste management targets and climate goals overall. The second is that this transition requires sustained effort beyond just infrastructure development. The third is that this transition requires an alignment and management of key stakeholders consistently throughout the process. And the fourth is that this transition requires enabling policy environments and enabling policy frameworks. So that's where we're hoping that this transition will, or this analysis will support Lagos in that endeavor. So thank you all for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jody, for the presentation. And yeah, do stick around for the questions at the end. So now we have reached the 7th presentation of the session. So please join me in welcoming Mohammed and Al-Gudairi from Saudi Arabia. So they will be presenting on the topic of Saudi Arabia's transformation journey in waste management. Mohammed is from National Center of Waste Management, in Saudi Arabia. So, Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Just a second.
Yeah, we
can see your screen.
Okay, thank you, everyone. This is Mohammed Al-Gdairi. I'm the head of partnership implementation at the National Center for Waste Management, Mawan in Saudi Arabia. And today I will give you a short brief about the transformation journey in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and deep diving into one of the innovative initiatives that have been done in the waste management sector. At the beginning, the Vision 2030 and the National Transformation Program set the waste management sector as a priority in their files, while reducing food waste and developing the policy and guidelines of waste management sector. This was the spark that set everything in motion. In 2018, a ministerial committee with relevant stakeholders was established to study in depth the sector of waste in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as a main recommendation, they have come up with the reshaping of the institutional framework to governance the waste management sector and establishment of Mawan to regulate all waste except radioactive and military waste. And thus, the Mawan started in January 2021. Our waste management institutional framework come up in 4 different layers. The policymaker, which is the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, the sector regulator, which is National Center for Waste Management, and the third layer is the development and supervisory authority based on each waste stream, such as Ministry of Health, Ministry of Mineral and Industrial Resources, and the last layer is the private and third sector of service provider. Mawan regulate all type of waste stream, excluding radioactive and military waste, which include municipal solid waste, construction and demolition waste, industrial waste, healthcare waste, sewage sludge waste, agricultural waste, as well as the special waste such as tires and end-of-life vehicles. Mawan mandates come up with 6 main or core mandates: legislation and guidelines. The second one is planning and development, financial sustainability and circular economy, licensing and permitting, digitalization and data, awareness and capacity building. The legislative framework of the waste management sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, there is a waste management law, which was approved by a royal decree. We have the waste implementation regulation and the guideline for the executive regulation of the waste management system. This snapshot shows a projection of the waste generation in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia if we assume the same or the current overall landfill diversion, which is 5%, up to 2035. It's a challenge. However, with each challenge, an opportunity comes up. Our targets, we have landfill diversion target with 3 trajectories in 2030, 2035, and 2040 for each waste stream, and we are targeting the impact by 2040 to reach 90% overall landfill diversion, 1.2 billion tons of waste treated, around 420 billion Saudi riyal value of private sector opportunities in both CAPEX and OPEX, and around 850 treatment facilities to be existing in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, deep diving on the cluster master plan, which is one of the innovative initiatives done in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Due to the geographical distribution of the kingdom, Mawan has divided the kingdom into 25 different clusters. Each cluster goes through a clear roadmap with 10 major steps, starting from identifying geographical clustering, define strategic objective and target, conduct benchmarking, and end up with identifying business investment opportunities. In order to implement these studies in an easy way, we have developed an 11 way to implement the study of the cluster master plan. Today, we have completed 10 waves, and within the next 2 months, inshallah, we will complete the 11th wave. There are certain factors to group these waves, such as the ease of implementation, the priority, and etc. Our master plan is not just a blueprint. This snapshot shows the illustration, a seamless integration between different facilities in order to ensure a successful implementation of the waste management sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Moving to the outcome of this cluster master plan, for example, let's take Riyadh cluster. We have developed 24 investment opportunities packages that worth about 80 billion Saudi riyals, covering more than 80 waste management facilities in order to reach the 91% landfill diversion target to this cluster. Another example is Jeddah cluster, where we have implemented 31 investment opportunities packages that worth around 50 billion Saudi riyals, and in order to reach 92% landfill diversion. And the last example we have today is the Mecca cluster, where we have 20 investment opportunities packages worth about 31 billion Saudi riyal, and in order to reach the 96% landfill diversion in that cluster. One fast track project or initiative that have been done in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia due to the giga and mega projects such as the line, Yom, Qiddiya, and Al Ula in Saudi Arabia. The construction and demolition waste management infrastructure has set as a priority. We have come up with 72 investment opportunities that cover 81 facilities for the year 2035 in order to treat more than 34 million tons of construction and demolition waste. As you have seen, Saudi Arabia is reshaping the waste management from the ground up with a strong laws, national plan, billions of investment opportunities, and a governance model designed for impact. We are not just imagining the change, we are delivering it. We welcome partners, innovators, and investors to join us. Let's build a cleaner and smart future together. And before concluding the presentation, I want to highlight that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is hosting IFAT in partner with ISWA in January, last week of January 2026. And we hope to see you all there, inshallah. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, for your presentation. And if there are any questions for Mohammed, please do put in the chat. So now the 8th presentation will be introduced by Ashwini Kumar from India, whose presentation title is Computer Vision-Based Cleanliness Analysis, Comparing Philadelphia, Indore, and Kolkata. Ashwini is from the Malviya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur, India. So Ashwini, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. So my name is Ashwani Kumar. I'm a PhD student in MNIT Jaipur. So currently I'm working in the computer vision to analyze the cleanliness. So let's start. This is the content for our presentation. So to start with, solid waste management is, as we know, it's in Sustainable Goal 11. So street cleanliness play a crucial role when we are talking about the solid waste management. Normally, this urban cleanliness, it influences your public health, tourism, and investment. So when we talk about the cleanliness in developing countries, Indore or let's say Kolkata, we normally perceive that they're dirty or hygienic. So I was focusing on identifying how we can go with it. So to give a little background, there are studies that suggest that if you have a good cleanliness in your city, you can have a better solid waste management, and you can give a value to your citizen, and you have a very good solid waste management plan in terms of your resource planning for your municipal services. So how we go about the cleanliness? So there can be a manual audit like litter or litter indexing or litter survey cleanliness, but these are resource intensive, and these are subject to your cultural bias or human bias. So to overcome these solutions, we can take help of the machine, that is the computer vision we can use. So these computer vision can help us in classifying our street cleanliness. It enables us to scale up an unbiased assessment. So the project motivation is that the city of Philadelphia has developed an cleanliness index that they use for assessment of their municipal services. There are four categories of cleanness that they have defined. Category one is no litter. Category two is there is some amount of litter that single person can handle, and then there is litter third category that accounts for the litter. For that, you need a team of people that they clean it up. So the fourth category is you have large amount of waste out there. So I was working. So aim is to just get the data from Philadelphia, and it applied these cleaning defined cleanness to the Indian condition and remove our cultural or human bias with respect to the cleanliness. That was the aim. So to coming to the methodology, so Philadelphia city has surveyed their city in 2017 and 18. They had collected lots of images. So for class one, they had 48,000 images. Then for class two, they have 28,000 images. For class three, they had 8,000, and then class four, they has 849 images. So I took those images, I augmented these, and I assigned the class weights so that it does not affect my model. So it clearly identify or classify each class with respect to this uh, cleanness assignment. So for using this, for doing this computer vision analysis, I used PyTorch and Team Library. I used pre-trained based from the PyTorch and Team Library. So the pre-trained weights are simply the weights that are there in the library. You can fine tune and use it for your own work. So I have used four type of CNN models that are lightweight, classical. There are classical and then hybrid. Then there are transformers. Those are latest AI image understanding models based on their large language model. So coming to the results, I have trained 9 models in my case. So all of them, the recall graph you can see, all of their getting a good recall values. Starting from the first or second epoch is just because I have used the train weights. Then there is an accuracy of the how good our model is predicting some class. So the DIT base is giving us good accuracy, but accuracy sometimes can be misleading because it cannot account your class equally. So for that, I used F1 score for each model. So the F1 score accounts your class value and your accuracy. Then I have this time lapse. So how much time I used for my each of my training models. So in except for the 2 models, all were getting 120 seconds for training a one epoch in my case. So when I trained my model, I applied it to the images that I collected from city Indore. So in case of Indore, only few sites were in class one, and 25% sites were in class two, and 75% in class three. There were no class four as per the AI model. For Kolkata, almost 91% were in class three, and only the 8% were in class two. So uh, these were the images from the class. So coming to the findings of this study, so we can use computer vision to enable a scaling unbiased cleanliness, street cleanliness. The best model that I came across, I trained my model was DIT, and it reached the F1 score 0.725. Both Kolkata and Indore has a better cleanliness than it is perceived. suggesting there is a significant level of maintenance by the municipality. So this reflects the effort of the government and that they are doing this in Swachh Bharat mission. So coming to the challenges and the future direction. So in my case, the model were not able to classify between class 1 and class 2 and the class 3 and 4. So there was some kind of mismatch in the data. So there were inconsistency in labeling so that I can get a better classification. So for the future, we can just do away with the, we can reanalyze our data and then put it again there so that their classification is very good. These are the some of the references for my case that I've gone through for this study. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashwini, for your informative presentation. If there's any questions for Ashwini, please do put in the chat box. So now we have come to the 9th presentation of the session. Let's welcome Tribhuvan Bisht from India, whose presentation title is Policy, Practice, and Plastic, Cost of Managing Plastic Waste in Indian Cities. Tribhuvan is from the Center of Science and Environment in India. So Tribhuvan, please, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. So thank you, ISWA YPG, to allow me to present my work at this conference. This work revolves around the extended producer responsibility, the cost of managing plastic packaging waste in India, and if EPR is able to fulfill its objective. Now, EPR was initially mentioned in the Plastic Waste Management Rule 2016, and its guideline was first notified in 2022. EPR works on a basic principle that whatever plastic packaging waste PBOs, that is the producers, importers, and the brand owners, place in the market, they will help. They will have to manage it. For this, PBOs currently purchase EPR credits that can be generated by the plastic waste processors to fulfill the mandate for different categories of plastic. There are three categories of plastic. Cat 1 is rigid, Cat 2 is...
Sorry.
Yeah.
We cannot
It
see your
looks
screen.
like we just see a gray screen. So can you
Yeah.
try moving something?
Is it
Yeah, we
visible?
see it now. Yeah.
Is it visible now?
It's visible now, yes.
Yeah.
It
So
went away again. Now it's
okay.
visible.
Now it is again. It went away.
No, it's visible now, yeah.
It's visible now. Yeah.
Yes.
So now, when I was initially talking to the stakeholders, I came to know that the EPR credits are being traded in the range of somewhat INR 0.5 to 1.5 rupees per kg. That is Indian rupees. Now, the fundamental aim of the EPR was to hold PBOs accountable, but with so low EPR credit rates, it was unable to fulfill its purpose. But then the question came, what is the actual cost of managing the plastic packaging waste in India? And then the subsequent question that what is the percentage coverage provided by the EPR credits on the actual cost of managing the plastic packaging waste? Also, also one of the main features of the EPR was that it is geographic agnostic, which means as a PBO, no matter where I place my plastic packaging waste, I can purchase credits from anywhere. Now, India has a very rich, diverse geography, which includes plains, mountain, coastal, and islands. And then there is rural and urban setting. So we also wanted to highlight the regional challenges through our evidence-based research. So yeah, now since as we already discussed, India has a rich geography, we selected 5 cities to cover the diverse geographic context. The first city was Indore, which has the urban context and probably the best waste management city system in the country. Second was Pune, which has urban setting and has integrated informal workers into the value chain. Goa, it's a state and it is a coastal region with very high tourist influx. Next was Dharamshala, which is a hilly region and provided a rural context. And the third, the last city was Sri Vijayapuram. It's an island city where there's logistical complexity and there's ecological sensitive areas. After the cities were selected, data related to the cost in the value chain was collected through the field survey, stakeholder interview, and the secondary data. In this, we considered all the costs that the urban local bodies, the ULBs, have to incur to manage the municipal solid waste throughout its value chain. As you can see, we have considered primary, secondary collection, MRF processing, and RDF transportation. In this case, only transportation cost was considered, as it has to be borne by the ULB. It is important to note that for calculating the cost at primary collection, the entire quantity of municipal solid waste was taken. During the secondary collection and the MRF processing, the quantity of only dry waste was taken. And for the RDF transportation, only the quantity of non-recyclable dry waste was taken. Now, before we look at the cost, let's understand the value chain of each city. The general flow is similar with few changes in the city. Indore, the municipal solid waste is collected in a segregated form. Yeah. There's a request from Sophie. Is everything fine?
It's okay. You can continue with your presentation. We'll answer them.
Yeah, yeah. The waste is collected in a segregated form through primary motorized collection and is then transported to the garbage transfer station, where the waste is further segregated, and from there on, wet waste is transported to the compost or the biogas plant, and the dry waste is transported to an MRF. The recyclable is sent to the recyclers and the non-recyclable to the co-processing plant. Indore has one MRF having a capacity of 400 ton per day. In Pune, informal sector is involved in collection of the municipal solid waste. They segregate more than 90% of the recyclable at the source itself, and the recyclable waste is channelized to the recyclers through the scrap shop and the small and the large aggregators. This becomes their secondary source of income, with primary source of income being collection of user charge. The rest process is similar to Indore. Pune has 8 MRFs, 325 tons per day, 350 tons per day, 175 tons per day, and 100 tons per day MRF. Now, moving on to Goa. Goa has three distinct models. In model one, which is limited to ULB and few panchayat, the responsibility of primary collection is of ULB, and the waste is then directly transferred to a solid waste management facility. From there on, the Goa Waste Management Corporation handles all the waste, including transportation of the RDF. Model 2 is mainly for the panchayat, in which the duty of primary collection is of the panchayat, and then they store the municipal solid waste in a temporary storage facility or a mini MRF. From there on, GWMC handles all the waste. Model 3 is basically for the large ULBs, wherein they manage all their waste. Only the transportation of the non-recyclable is handled by the GWMC. Goa has two integrated solid waste management facility, one of 250 tons per day and other is of 100 tons per day. Furthermore, they also have 14 decentralized MRF with varying capacity from 1 to 22 tons per day. In Dharamshala, only dry waste is being collected, and it is done by an NGO called Waste Warrior. The dry waste is collected from the household and transported to the MRF, which has been operated on a rented facility having a capacity of 13 metric tons per month. In Sri Vijayapuram, the municipal solid waste collected through primary collection is directly transported to the processing facility. There are 18 dry resource centers, which you can also call MRF, with a combined capacity of 24.2 tons per day. Ideally, the non-recyclable should be sent to the co-processing plant, but it being an island setting, the cost of transportation of the non-recyclable to the mainland is huge, which is why they either bury the non-recyclable waste or burn it in their dump site. Now, here is the cost of managing the dry waste across the value chain across each city. It can be seen that the primary collection cost is least in cities with urban and well-developed waste management system, but the cost rises exponentially in rural and logistically complex areas like Dharamshala and Sri Vijayapuram, which is mainly due to high labor cost and low population density and geographical complexity. For the MRF processing, again, the city in the urban settings and good waste management system incurs less cost, but cities like Sri Vijayapuram and Dharamshala incurs high cost due to geographical isolation, rented MRF, and they are not able to achieve economies of scale due to low quantity of dry waste. The story is same for RDF transportation, where Sri Vijayapuram incurs the highest cost, as they will have to transfer the waste to the mainland and then further to the co-processing plant. Now, as already discussed, EPR is geographic agnostic, but we can clearly see the cost disparities in different geographical contexts. So the question comes, should EPR be geographic agnostic? Now, here what we has is the cost of managing dry waste, but EPR is for plastic packaging waste only. So now we have to drive at the category wise plastic packaging cost, from the dry waste. It was done using the following step. Now it is well documented and known fact that the cost of managing plastic waste is high as compared to the cost of managing other components of the dry waste. But how much is it? That has not been documented. So we came up with a formula.
Hi, everyone. Sorry
Yeah.
to disturb you. We're over time actually, so if you can please quickly try to wrap it up.
Sure. So we have this formula. We have kept K constant, which is derived by expert consultation, and this formula basically captures inverse relationship between plastic prevalence and unit handling cost. So we will directly. These are the current EPR trading rates at the market, and since it was very low, so CPCB have also recommended the market rates. So we'll directly jump. So now this is how we arrived at the category-wise plastic packaging cost. With we have used this factor 0.2, 1.25, and 2.7. This is derived from the CPCB methodology, that is the Central Pollution Control Board. Now, if we compare the actual cost and the EPR credit rate, we can see that the category 2 and category 3 are very problematic even in well-managed waste system like Indore and Pune, whereas in ecologically sensitive zone, all the categories are the problem. Those CPCB have recommended the rates, but still the EPR credits are being traded at a market value. If we see about the CPCB trading rates, we can still see that the category 2 and category 3 are still the most problematic thing. So now one of the objective of the EPR is to promote design change, which can be achieved by keeping the price of EPR credits high, so that brands are focused to move more into sustainable packaging, which can be seen is clearly not in the case with the current EPR credit rate. So these are the key findings. Since time is less, I'll just skip on to the recommendation. So one recommendation that I'll talk about is that we need to have a localized framework for this. We have proposed a formula, whereas this is the localized obligation, plastic obligation. This is the formula. Through this formula, just taking an example of Sri Vijayapuram, the localized obligation percentage comes out to be 67%, which means the PBOs will have to purchase 67% of the credits from the EPR credits from the plastic waste processors of Sri Vijayapuram or the processors that process the waste of Sri Vijayapuram. Right. Thank you for the time, and I'm happy to take any questions. I'll be waiting. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Tribhuwan. And if anybody has questions for Tribhuwan, please put it in the chat box. So we will try calling Sofiane now so that they can present their presentation again. Sofiane, are you there?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay. So try sharing our screen now.
I hope it's working now. Let's see.
Yes, it's working. You can do full screen, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Now it's working, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'd like to thank the organizing committee for their excellent organization. It's an honor to be here and to present to you some of my work. Entitled Optimized Biochar for Efficient Methane Blue Adsorption as a Model of Organic Pollutant. To begin with, the plan of the presentation starts by introduction, objective methodology, resulting discussion, in the finally conclusion. As you know, the world is concerned about environment pollutant, including biomass waste management and water source contamination, particularly the presence of some emergence contaminant, including the organic pollutant. However, the traditional methods approach based on conventional materials such as sand and gravel are often inactive toward this kind of pollutant. So driving to need a sustainable and low-cost solution that contribute to both energy recovery and water treatment. Furthermore, the main objective of sustainable development are to ensure universal access to water and to reduce environmental waste. So, an innovative daily approach combines the recycling of agricultural waste and its conversion into biochar for use as an adsorbent to treat wastewater. using this approach can create a circular system and supporting the resource conservation and environmental sustainability. So in the presentation, we're gonna focus on, or we're gonna conduct to optimize the biochar preparation for wastewater treatment. We're gonna focus on investigate the impact of polarized temperature and biomass type on the properties of the produced biochar. Secondly, explore the effect of polarized temperature and the biomass type on the absorption capacity of produced biochar toward methane blue. And third, evaluate the optimal biochar produced for use in a large-scale filter for treating organic pollutant in wastewater. So we have 4 local biomass. First of all, the oiled olive waste, which tested also, generated as a byproduct of olive oil extraction process, containing a mix of residues such as the skin, bulbs, and the pits, which left after the pressing the olive fruits. 3 others biomass were generated after the extraction of argan oil. Depending on the method used in the tiller oil, we can find 3 kinds of residues: black argan press cake, white argan press cake, and pellet argan cake. The full characteristic of the 3 residues can be found in our previous publication in the Journal of Biomass Conversion in the Biofilm. For the preparation, the 4 biomass were grinded between 1 and 5 millimeter, then washing with distilled water, drying for 24 hours at 105 degrees, and then paralyzed under an inert atmosphere at 600, 700, and 800, maintained for 2 hours, and a hidden rate of 2 degrees per minute. The absorption test were carried out using the flags of 150 containing 10 milligram of biochar and 100 ml of methylene blue with the high concentration 300 milligram per liter for maximum absorption. Then the plants were mixed thoroughly and placed on the shaker for 4 hours. The adsorbent was separated from the solution by filtering the mixer using the filter of size 0.45 micrometer. The residual methylene blue concentration was determined using the Anantali UV visible spectrometer at 660 reference in an external calibration. The result, we start by the yield of the biochar. The yield obtained range between about 8 and 34%, with the superiority of the biochar produced from the oiled olive waste, which range between 31 and 34, followed by the biochar produced from pellet argan cake, but the lowest is the biochar produced from the white argan cake, which range between 8 and 13. We observe also that the increasing of the carbonization temperature leads to greater decomposition of the cellulose in the hemicellulose, resulting in a great reduction in the biochar yield. This reduction can be explained by the curve of the TGA, which show a high decomposition of the biomass white argan cake, followed by the black argan cake, then the others, which is the opposite of the yield percentage. For the properties of the biochar, we can see also from the table that the biochar properties change consistently with the paralyzed temperature, regardless of the type in the composition of the biochar, irrespectively also the biomass type. The results obtained at 800 for the fixed carbon in the surface specific surface area were higher compared to those obtained at lower temperature. As we mentioned before, for the high reduction in or the high degradation of the weight organic cake is due to the high volatile matter, low H content in the fixed carbon. The morphology of the diverse biochars. The CRM analysis revealed that the parallel temperature has a significant impact on the surface morphology of the produced biochar, especially for the biochar produced from the olive waste showed a porous structure. This porous structure can be explained by the high release of the volatile matter by the degradation and melting, softening, and decarbonization, which increased the surface area of the biochar. The next slide is
Hi,
for
Sophia. Just to let you know, we are over time, so can you please try to wrap it up?
A minute, yeah. So the absorption we can see from this slide that the absorption efficiency of methylene blue on the biochar varies significantly, ranging between 40 milligram per gram to 432 milligram per gram. In addition, it can be see also that the absorption capacity increase with the increase in the parallel temperature regardless to the biomass. Generally, this variation is aligned with the specific area also. Generally, the high absorption capacity of different biochar sample is affected by the surface area, the PP interaction between the biochar surface on in the methylene blue molecule, so surface functionalization. For the optimization of the biochar, the scalar plots of the biochar yield and methylene blue absorption show that the experimental data points are closely aligned along the diagonal line. This alignment validates the accuracy in the reliability of the applied model in predicting the experimental outcome, further supporting its stability for optimizing the biochar synthesis process and indicating a strong correlation between the satisfactory agreement between the predicted and actual values for both biochar yield and methylene blue absorption. The process desirability function using the design expert 13 software was employed to identify the optimal operation condition and ensure the response met the design criteria, arrive and total desirability score of 0.9, reflecting high reliability, optimizing for maximum removal of methylene blue as well achieving highest yield. As conclusion, the feedstock and the preparation conditions affect significantly the properties of the biochar and hence its absorption capacity. Used in the biochar absorption test was showed that the absorption capacity increased with the temperature. Using design expert 13, the optimal condition for maximum yield specific area and methylene blue absorption involved using as biomass the olive waste at higher temperature of 800 degrees. For the future research should focus on the optimizing the biochar production parameters to tailor its properties for specific pollutant. Thank you for your attention. I would like also to thank my supervisor for the supporting and also our project Sophia for 2000 for the finance. Thank you. If there is any question on there.
Perfect. Thank you, Sophia, for your presentation. So Miki Nakai, if you wanna present your presentation, let us know. And
thank you so much. So can you see my screen? Yes, please.
Yes.
Thank
you. Can go ahead.
So Thank you so much. So thank you for giving me another opportunity. So good afternoon and or good morning, everyone. I'm Miki Nakai from Japan. I'm undergraduate student. So thank you for giving me this great opportunity. I'm appreciated. So today I'd like to talk about part of my research. The title is Empowering Young Minds Through Environmental Education on Marine Litter. So here's today's agenda. And so currently, our planet is facing a variety of the environmental issues such as global warming, flood, drought, and so on. Among these, this study focused on marine litter. Here is the background. I found the data that adult people do care about the environmental issues. However, they don't take into much actions. This might come from lack of chances to know about the environmental issues. So I hypothesized that if they would have more chances, these situations might change. And as I introduced, I'm from Japan, which is island nation. That means we are surrounded by the ocean. However, there has been limited research on marine litter, especially focused on children. Due to this background, developing environmental education that fosters interest and awareness in children is crucial because children are the actual ones who will shape up our future. So these are research objectives. There are 5 objectives. The first one is baseline knowledge, assess children's understanding of marine litter. The second one is existing actions, identify current practices to reduce marine litter. And the third one is lesson impact, examine how activities affect children's interest and understanding. The fourth one is emotional response. Explore how children express concern for environmental issues. The last one is behavior barriers. Investigate obstacle to eco-friendly behavior. This is method. So the survey was conducted at Kobe Higashimachi Elementary School on 17th March 2025, and the target was 5th grade students. And I conducted pre-survey before the lesson, and the student number was 94, and I did 35 minutes lesson, including quizzes and interactive activities. And after the lesson, I distributed the post-survey after the lesson, and the deadline was 1 week after the lesson. And 1 week after, I visited school again and I collected post-survey from 59 students. And so from this slide, I'd like to introduce some results. So first one is prior knowledge. Before the lesson, some students already knew or already understood what is the environmental issues or what the types or what the causes of marine litter. And this is an example. The question was, what do you know about the environmental issues? As you can see, students wrote so many answers. Many students answered more than one things. And also this picture came from the same question. And the larger the letters, the more people responded. Not only the famous issues such as global warming, children wrote food loss or microplastic and so on. The next result is improved understanding. I used some quizzes in the lesson. Results of those quizzes showed significant improvement in correct answers after lesson. So this is an example of the influence of quizzes. The question was, how long do you think does it take to degrade plastic after into the ocean? Light pie chart in police survey. Of course, children didn't know the correct answers, which means F. They choose various options. Only 28% choose the correct answer F. However, after the lesson, 90% choose the correct answer F. Although they answered 1 week after the class, Thanks to the quizzes, they still remember the correct answers. So the last result, engagement. Visuals and quizzes were frequently mentioned in student reflections as the most memorable parts. So these are some visual and materials which are used in the lesson. Compared with a slide with only sentences, pictures and illustrations made stronger impression on children. So according to these results, let's move on to discussion. Activities that encouraged peer discussion, such as quiz, appeared to deepen engagement. Also, visual materials like images of ocean animals or types of marine litter left a lasting impact on children. In addition, students showed various interest in taking action and learning more about the environmental issues. So as a conclusion, I'd like to highlight 3 key points. The first one, a summary of key findings. Environmental education has been fostering knowledge and awareness of children in Japan. The second one, implications for practices. Visual materials and practical activities are effective in terms of environmental education. And the last thing, as a recommendation, educators such as teachers, Ministry of Education, should continuously update environmental education strategies by recognizing the powerful impact of visual materials and hands-on activities while ensuring equal access for all. I'd like to conclude my presentation by expressing my sincere hope that the environmental education will continue to evolve and empower children with the knowledge and curiosity that they need to make better choices for their future. So thank you so much for listening, and these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ricky, and we are so happy to have an undergrad with us presenting this year. So if there's any questions for Nikki, please do put it in the chat. And now we are at the end of this session. And thank you so much for people who have submitted the questions for our brilliant speakers. And we would like to remind you that these presentations, they are part of a competition, and we will be selecting the 5 best presentations from the conferences, and we will announce the winners on our website and also publish all of the abstracts in the conference book, which will also be available on our website soon. And if the recording, I know many people are asking for it, so that will also be shared with you. So now I will leave the floor to Amaya Garcia Tabar from Idiom Consulting Engineering Architecture SAU, who is going to moderate the Spanish session, which is going to be entirely in Spanish. So Amaya, the floor is yours now.
Thank you so much, Asprit. As Asprit was saying, I am Amaya Garcia Tabar. I work at IDOM Consulting Engineering and Architecture as a project manager and environmental engineer, and I am part of the scientist committee of the Young Professional Group. So now I will switch the language to Spanish. Buenos días a todos. Bueno, buenas tardes también en algunos lugares. Bienvenidos a la tercera sesión de esta conferencia, de la 8ª conferencia del Young Professional Group, en el que tendremos a 7 participantes hispanohablantes. Es una gran oportunidad para estos jóvenes investigadores hispanohablantes que tenemos a lo largo del mundo. Y bueno, será la dinámica igual que en el resto de sesiones, ¿vale? Tenemos el chat para consultar todo lo que queráis durante las conferencias y durante todas las sesiones, y los ponentes os irán respondiendo según puedan, ¿vale? Y tendremos 8 minutos para cada uno de ellos ponentes. Empezaremos con Edi Vázquez. Edi es de República Dominicana y estará aquí para presentarnos su trabajo titulado Los comportamientos circulares, el factor humano detrás de la circularidad en la República Dominicana. Edi es Country Manager en Parley for the Oceans. Por favor, Edi, cuando quieras, tienes la palabra.
Perfecto, ¿me escuchan bien?
Sí, perfecto.
Perfecto. Muy buenas tardes o buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Edifran Vázquez. Soy de República Dominicana, como ya mencionaron. Y el día de hoy voy a estar presentando esta presentación que realizamos en base a un caso estudio en la República Dominicana a partir de un proyecto de cooperación internacional, que hemos titulado Comportamientos circulares, el factor humano detrás de la circularidad en la República Dominicana. Para entender un poco, hoy no solamente voy a centrarme en el aspecto de la basura o de los residuos sólidos, vamos a hablar de las personas que hay detrás de este fenómeno y analizaremos por qué fracasan las buenas intenciones y cómo la ciencia del comportamiento ofrece un mapa para diseñar un sistema de reciclaje que realmente funciona en estados insulares como en la República Dominicana. Entonces, para hablar un poco acerca del escenario nacional, la República Dominicana es un estado insular del Caribe. Compartimos un territorio isleño con la República de Haití y, al igual que muchos estados insulares y economías en desarrollo, enfrentamos un desafío profundamente monumental en la gestión integral de nuestros residuos sólidos. El problema no es solamente de tecnología, de logística o de infraestructura, es un desafío de hábitos que está profundamente arraigado en la cultura propia de los dominicanos y que de alguna forma u otra también crea deficiencias en el desarrollo sostenible para el país. El país produce más de 14.000 toneladas diarias de residuos sólidos al día, que quizá visto desde forma comparativa con otros países no es tanto, pero estamos hablando de un estado insular con capacidad limitada, rodeado del océano, y tenemos una baja tasa de reciclaje a nivel nacional con una tasa prácticamente nula de separación desde la fuente a nivel de los residuos domiciliarios. Todos estos residuos impactan de manera directa en industrias claves como el turismo o la salud en la República Dominicana y crean una presión sobre los vertederos que tenemos en el país y sobre todo en los ecosistemas costeros y marinos de nuestra isla. Ahora bien, para nosotros hablar de consumo, disposición o gestión integral de residuos sólidos, hay que hablar necesariamente de comportamiento. Todos queremos vivir en un estado que sea limpio, pero muchas veces esas intenciones se ahogan entre mucha fricción y desconfianza que hay desde parte del consumidor durante el día a día. Y para resolver esto, nosotros tenemos que entender cuál es la causa raíz a través de un diagnóstico de conducta. El problema no es que las personas no están interesadas, el problema es que existen barreras que impiden la participación significativa de las personas en este tipo de iniciativas. Para hacer esto, nosotros comenzamos a utilizar un marco metodológico que en inglés se conoce como el COM-B, que habla acerca de comportamiento, oportunidad y motivación. Eh, y el combi nos postula que para que ocurra cualquier tipo de comportamiento, pues una persona necesita capacidad, necesita oportunidad y necesita motivarse. Si cualquiera de esos tres elementos falla, pues el sistema entero colapsa y el trabajo es construir propuestas o intervenciones que se alineen con estos tres. Cuando hablamos de capacidad, podemos hablar de capacidad física o psicológica, si la gente realmente puede separar los residuos, si la gente sabe cómo separar los residuos. Cuando hablamos de oportunidad, si existen normas, incentivos, leyes, políticas que apoyen ese tipo de comportamiento o si existe un entorno que facilita la acción de la separación. Y cuando hablamos de motivación, las preguntas que nos hacemos ¿es un hábito la separación o la disposición correcta? ¿Se siente bien hacerlo? ¿Las personas sienten que contribuyen a algo? ¿O la gente cree que es importante? Si esas preguntas no las podemos responder de forma satisfactoria, es bueno entonces ver elementos que nos pueden dirigir hacia los tres. En base al caso estudio que construimos en la República Dominicana, hace 4 años tuvimos un proyecto de cooperación internacional enfocado en el tema de basura marina. En estados insulares, casi toda la basura que se produce tiene un alto potencial de terminar en ecosistemas marinos y costeros, por lo que nos veíamos en la necesidad de hablar acerca de intervenciones integrales en la gestión de residuos. En el caso de la comunidad que decidimos intervenir tras el levantamiento de línea base, nos dimos cuenta que más del 30% de los residuos plásticos terminaban en el ambiente y el 11% de ellos terminaban en el río o en el mar. Así que decidimos hacer un análisis en base a este modelo de COM-B y nos dimos cuenta que había una baja capacidad, había poca oportunidad y había una débil motivación por parte de la comunidad que decidimos intervenir. Para tratar de intervenir cada uno de estos aspectos con respecto a la capacidad, creamos guías visuales muy simples, creamos una presencia física y visible en la comunidad del proyecto, realizamos talleres prácticos con los líderes comunitarios. Para atacar la oportunidad, creamos programa de vecinos azules para visibilizar y fortalecer la norma social de separar desde el hogar. Habilitamos rutas de recolección selectiva puerta a puerta y un centro de acopio comunitario. Y para enfrentar la motivación, pues creamos contenedores con diseños atractivos y utilizamos el mecanismo de la red social de WhatsApp para enviar mensajes individuales y colectivos a los hogares que separaban, haciéndoles saber el impacto de su contribución. Esto es como luce el modelo, son un sistema de contenedores modulares que están propulsados por energía solar y que fungen como un centro de acopio comunitario. Y anexado a esto, pues existen unas rutas de recolección que se realizan con triciclos eléctricos que facilitan la integración de la comunidad, poniéndole más fácil a los hogares que puedan separar y entregar sus residuos de forma idónea. La teoría es muy sólida, pero la evidencia local aquí es clave para nosotros. Propusimos un camino claro. Se empezó con un piloto controlado, medimos lo que realmente importaba, que en nuestro caso era el comportamiento, y luego, solamente luego, nosotros escalamos la solución a otro tipo de comunidades. Para hacer esto tuvimos una línea de tiempo de aproximadamente 3 años y utilizamos una intervención de escalamiento basado en evidencia. Utilizamos datos del piloto para crear una política municipal que nos permitiera diseñar este tipo de intervenciones y entender cómo se comporta la gente en función de los residuos y no necesariamente cómo nosotros queremos que se comporten. Entender cómo se comportan es la clave principal para entonces hacer funcionar sistemas municipales de gestión donde los hogares y las personas puedan contribuir de forma significativa al aprovechamiento de los residuos sólidos. Algunos de los resultados que pudimos tener en este tiempo fue que la tasa de participación de los hogares intervenidos fue de un 75% de todo lo que inicialmente logramos involucrar, tras implementar medidas personalizadas a nivel individual y colectivo, basados en la ciencia del comportamiento, utilizando el modelo de COMBI que ya mencioné. Los factores de capacidad y motivación son los más determinantes en función de lo que pudimos levantar. La generación de alianzas locales y el establecimiento de actores de referencia como líderes comunitarios propició la adopción de nuevos comportamientos en la comunidad e identificamos barreras claves que de alguna forma u otra impedían la emisión de este comportamiento. Por un lado, la barrera de conocimiento. Las personas no estaban seguras de cómo se reciclaba o cómo se separaba bien. Esa era la principal barrera con un 32% de la población. La barrera de fricción. El punto de reciclaje está lejos o es complicado. Eso lo asumimos creando las rutas de recolección. Y las barreras de confianza, donde las personas no creían que realmente lo que separaban se iba a reciclar, y eso lo manejamos a través de los mensajes, a través de canales de WhatsApp, donde ellos entendían que su contribución era realmente efectiva. Para concluir, hablar acerca de que el futuro de la circularidad en estados insulares como la República Dominicana y en los países en desarrollo no solamente depende de la tecnología o la infraestructura, depende de la habilidad que nosotros tengamos para poder diseñar sistemas que funcionen para los seres humanos, entendiendo cómo estos se comportan. Y la ciencia del comportamiento es un aliado clave a favor de la economía circular. Es hora de empezar a diseñar para los seres humanos. Muchísimas gracias. Ahí tienen mi correo y con el código QR también pueden descargar el caso estudio que realizamos donde hablamos de toda la experiencia que generamos a partir de este proyecto.
Gracias a ti, Eddie. Enhorabuena por la presentación. Ha sido muy bonita y además un caso real, así que mis más sinceras enhorabuenas. Seguimos con la sesión. En este caso iremos con el segundo participante. En este caso tenemos a Carlos Sosa. Viene desde nuestra querida México. Y tenemos como título de su presentación la gestión, manejo, permanencia de residuos tras los huracanes Otis y Ion en Acapulco de Juárez, México. Carlos es investigador en la Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana de México. Por favor, Carlos, cuando quieras, puedes proceder.
Buenos días. ¿Me confirman si se alcanza a ver la presentación, por favor?
Sí, la vemos, pero de momento no está ahora, está en pantalla completa. Perfecto.
Ok, excelente. Pues bueno, antes que nada, buenos días. Yo les voy a hablar un poco de los retos que se pueden tener a cabo en el momento de hablar acerca de la gestión y manejo de permanencia de residuos en una zona de desastre. Es muy importante hablar acerca de protocolos internacionales, pero también desde una perspectiva local. Para ello, pues mi nombre ya lo mencionaron, Carlos Sosa, y yo les voy a presentar el trabajo, gestión, manejo y permanencia de residuos tras huracanes Otis y John en Acapulco de Juárez. Para ello les voy a definir el sitio de estudio. Acapulco de Juárez es un municipio en el sur del territorio nacional, ha sido referente nacional e internacional debido a su actividad turística, belleza y espacios naturales e importancia cultural. Eso lo ha convertido en un pueblo de desarrollo que alberga alrededor de 800,000 habitantes y en consecuencia se generan en promedio entre 600 y 700 toneladas al día de residuos. Debido a su naturaleza turística y las actividades comerciales, esta generación puede aumentar los fines de semana o bien las temporadas vacacionales entre 100 y 150 toneladas. La generación per cápita es de 0.76 a 0.89 kilogramos habitante día y es importante mencionar que cuenta con un sitio de disposición final que logra satisfacer a la zona metropolitana del puerto, así como a ciertas comunidades rurales. Este sitio ha sido testigo de dos impactos que han cambiado su curso o evolución como municipio. Estos han sido dos huracanes, el huracán Otis, categoría 5 en octubre de 2023 y el huracán John en septiembre de 2024, categoría 5. Bueno, las características de cada uno de estos fenómenos, en el caso de Otis fue la evolución acelerada, en menos de 48 horas aumentó su categoría de tormenta tropical a categoría 5, tuvo vientos de hasta 270 kilómetros por hora y generó una destrucción generalizada de las estructuras y capas vegetales a lo largo de todo el puerto. En el caso del huracán John, fue una categoría menor, sí se llegaron a vientos de 195 kilómetros por hora y una precipitación acumulada de 1.616 milímetros durante todo el mes de septiembre, donde en la fecha del huracán fueron 1.015 milímetros de agua los que se lograron captar. Dentro de los daños más importantes destacan hacia la infraestructura por deslave, así además como de los arrastres por sedimento en las escorrentías. Aquí podemos ver en el mapa un mapa de precipitaciones donde Acapulco fue el primer lugar a nivel nacional en el mes de septiembre. Dicho esto, ¿cuáles son las afectaciones en la gestión y manejo de residuos que trajeron estos fenómenos? Pues bueno, además de las crisis económicas, sociales, ambientales, gubernamentales que desembocaron en estos fenómenos, en el tema de residuos tuvieron dos particulares temas bien importantes. En el caso de Otis se produjeron 660,000 toneladas de residuos sólidos urbanos y de construcción. Estamos hablando lo que en una producción con generación normal se generaron 3 años de residuos en cuestión de días, hubo una parálisis, posterior saturación de manejo en el manejo de residuos, y en el caso del huracán John fue una cantidad 24 veces menor, sin embargo aún considerable, de 15,000 toneladas de residuos sólidos urbanos, de construcción y sedimento. Aquí es importante mencionar que una parálisis mucho más marcada y inaccesibilidad al sitio de disposición final. Este es el puente del kilómetro 21 que da paso o acceso al sitio de disposición final y en el momento que queda destruido, pues queda inaccesible, ¿no? Dicho esto, ¿cuál fue nuestro objetivo de la investigación? El objetivo fue analizar la generación, gestión y manejo de residuos, de residuos sólidos tras los eventos de alta energía ocurridos en 2023 y 2024 en esta localidad. Para ello, ¿cómo lo hicimos? Bueno, primero hicimos una recopilación de información mediante una revisión bibliográfica y de medios locales, además de diálogos y entrevistas en el sitio de disposición final junto con pepenadores, así como trabajadores del sitio. También con el fin de mostrar las señales de pertinencia o impertinencia de las medidas tomadas gubernamentales, hicimos una descripción de la permanencia de residuos en dos playas, donde vimos las abundancias de residuos y clasificamos los principales residuos encontrados. Entrando un poquito más de detalle en esta fase, fue 4 meses posteriores a Otis con el fin de evitar la afectación de alguna temporada turística alta. Para ello se seleccionaron puntos de muestreo, se recolectaron, cuantificaron, pesaron y clasificaron los residuos sólidos en 2 playas, en Icacos y en Condesas, marcadas aquí en el mapa, y se determinó la cantidad de residuos y su masa por unidad de área. Dicho esto, ¿qué fue lo que encontramos? Hablando con los residentes, con los grupos de pepenadores y con los trabajadores del sitio, logramos encontrar 3 principales crisis dentro de todas las que hubo, que fueron muy marcadas en ambos huracanes y que dieron pie a situaciones totalmente externas. La primera fue la generación súbita de residuos sólidos urbanos, como lo mencionamos. En un lapso muy corto de tiempo se generaron altos volúmenes y masa de este tipo de residuos, afectaciones a infraestructura y vías de comunicación, ausencia de protocolos y planes de contingencia desde la manera local, y pues todo eso trae ciertas consecuencias, ¿no? Por ejemplo, la acumulación de residuos sólidos, creación de vertederos clandestinos y quema de residuos igual, clandestina, improvisación de medidas emergentes de acuerdo a las herramientas y cadena de mando que se tenía en ese momento, dificultad y rezago de manejo de residuos, y además tuvieron ciertas características propias de los huracanes que dieron hincapié a un manejo distinto en cada una de las situaciones. En el caso de Otis fue el colapso de las comunicaciones y pérdida de energía en el puerto, y en el caso de John fueron los múltiples deslaves en la ciudad, incluyendo el acceso al sitio de disposición final, así como a distintos puntos de la ciudad. Ahora, estas crisis, ¿qué desembocaron? Bueno, desembocaron en este tipo de medidas gubernamentales, así como por parte de la población. En el caso de la generación súbita de residuos sólidos, se tomó por la contratación del servicio de recolección a particulares, no solamente los servicios de recolección especializados en el ámbito de residuos fueron contratados, sino empresas de construcción, de transporte, todo aquel que tuviera un tractocamión o una unidad tipo Torto, se incluyó en la flotilla municipal de manera provisional. Se tomó la agilización de la comercialización de residuos valorizables, se permitió el acceso al sitio de disposición final para que se pudieran comercializar los residuos principalmente metálicos provenientes de las estructuras dañadas, con tal de estirar o tener la esperanza de estirar un poco la vida de la celda con toda la cantidad de residuos que estaban llegando. En el caso de la afectación de las infraestructuras y vías de comunicación, se habilitaron espacios emergentes como sitio de disposición provisional dentro del núcleo urbano. En el caso de John, que se derribó totalmente el puente, sí fue un sitio de disposición temporal, hablando por ahí de un mes, y en el caso de ausencia de protocolos y planes de emergencia, eso conllevó la intervención del Ejército de la Federación en la gestión y manejo de residuos, cuando sigue siendo una tarea de las autoridades municipales, ¿no? Ya hablando de la permanencia de residuos sólidos en playa, estos fueron los principales residuos encontrados, donde yo quiero destacar tres, principalmente los fragmentos de vidrio, que no estamos hablando de botellas o envases o embalajes, sino de esquirlas que fueron provocadas debido a la ruptura de ventanas y de las estructuras, ¿no? Boyas de espuma que provienen de las embarcaciones que fueron hundidas durante estos tipos de fenómenos, material de construcción, ladrillos, cementos y tubo, que son materiales que normalmente no suelen estar en playas debido a las actividades económicas que se llevan a cabo ahí. En cuanto a las abundancias, pues aquí están. En el caso de Condesa fueron de 1.5 piezas por metro cuadrado y de 9.22 gramos por metro cuadrado. En el caso de Icaco, 0.57 piezas por metro cuadrado y 2.21 gramos por metro cuadrado. Ahora, ¿qué podemos concluir? Primero muestran...
Disculpa, Carlos, estamos fuera de tiempo. Si puedes ir rápido, por favor. Gracias.
Claro que sí. Los resultados muestran presencia de residuos sólidos urbanos, cuyo origen puede ser consecuencia del fenómeno meteorológico. A nivel local se requieren protocolos de gestión y manejo, aún existiendo protocolos internacionales, y aún con la experiencia de dos fenómenos meteorológicos, es imperativo sistematizar las medidas efectivas para la gestión, no únicamente mediante una experiencia o mediante conocimiento empírico, sino tratar de sistematizarlo. Bueno, por mi parte sería todo. Muchas gracias y perdón por estirar tantito el tiempo.
No te preocupes. Muchas gracias, Carlos. Muy interesante. Creo que a veces no prestamos atención a estos eventos extraordinarios, ¿no?, que tenemos, y creo que siempre deben de estar dentro de los planes y estrategias nacionales. Así que gran trabajo.
Muchas gracias.
Nada, pasamos al siguiente participante. En este caso tenemos a Francisco Dao. Viene desde Argentina y nos viene a presentar la solución térmica con EPS, economía circular y mejora habitacional frente al cambio climático. Francisco es investigador en el Instituto de Física Materiales de la UNICEN. Francisco, cuando quieras, tienes la
Hola, ¿qué
palabra.
tal? Buen día, ¿cómo andan? ¿Me avisan cuando se vea la presentación?
La vemos, pero de momento no está en pantalla completa.
Ahí debería estar.
Ahí está, perfecto. Gracias.
Bueno, ¿qué tal? Buenos días. Yo vengo a presentarles una solución que encontramos con un grupo de investigadores en la universidad para darle una solución a la mejora habitacional en la ciudad de Tandil principalmente. En Tandil es una ciudad que en este momento hacen 3 grados centígrados, tenemos inviernos muy fríos y veranos bastante calurosos de más o menos de 30 grados centígrados. Y lo que se encuentra en la ciudad de Tandil y al menos en la mayoría del país de Argentina es que la mayoría de las viviendas tienen un déficit térmico porque son principalmente en los barrios populares, en donde las casas tienen construcciones muy precarias. Son casas de planchones o casas de chapas, en los que eso se replica que la temperatura interna de las viviendas muchas veces es el mismo que el de afuera. Por lo tanto, si afuera hace mucho calor, adentro de la vivienda hace mucho calor, y si afuera hace mucho frío, adentro hace mucho. Ese es como el principal objetivo que queríamos tratar, la principal problemática. Y la otra problemática que teníamos es el EPS, que es lo que nosotros conocemos como el telgopor, que es con lo que vienen recubiertos, por ejemplo, en Argentina las heladeras o los lavarropas, y que no tiene un destino en el relleno o en la economía circular de la ciudad. Y si nosotros lo quisiéramos transportar a otra ciudad que por ahí tiene algún destino, es un material que es muy liviano y ocupa mucho volumen, por lo tanto su transporte no es rentable de ninguna manera. Así que nosotros lo que presentamos es una solución de la construcción de unos paneles térmicos a partir del telgopor, que nosotros lo que hacemos es recuperar el telgopor del relleno sanitario con diferentes cooperativas que recuperan residuos, triturarlo y hacer una mezcla, como se puede observar en la foto 2, hacemos una mezcla que tiene cemento, tiene agua y tienen las perlitas de telgopor de diferentes tamaños que las unimos, hacemos una mezcla dentro del tambor y eso lo volcamos a un molde, lo compactamos y a partir de ese compactado generamos un material que lo vamos a utilizar para revestir las viviendas. Lo que tiene interesante de esto es que nosotros hicimos todo este proceso de construcción, de codiseño, con una cooperativa de recuperadores y de construcción de Tandil, así que también es como que generamos puestos de trabajo en ese punto. Nosotros lo que hicimos más que nada desde la universidad es toda la parte experimental para de alguna forma poder validar la utilización de estas viviendas. Como se puede observar, acá hicimos 2 módulos experimentales que la idea era simular una vivienda real como estaban en los barrios populares. Se puede observar en la parte izquierda que tenemos un planchón de cemento, que son básicamente cemento con piedritas y alambre de 2 centímetros de espesor, por lo tanto la eficiencia térmica en esos lugares es inexistente. Y lo que hicimos fue, en el módulo de la derecha, es revestir esos planchones de cemento con las placas de telgopor y medir temperaturas externas e internas de las viviendas y de la temperatura exterior. Los resultados que obtuvimos fueron muy buenos. Lo que podemos ver es que tuvimos una reducción de la amplitud térmica de hasta un 73%. Tuvimos y analizamos dos factores más, que es el retardo térmico y el factor de decremento, que ambos se redujeron muchísimo. Y además pudimos medir lo que es la conductividad térmica del material, que tiene valores, como se puede observar ahí, entre 0,06 y 0,07, que comparado con un ladrillo común, que es con lo que se construye habitualmente en la mayoría de las viviendas en Argentina, es de 1,3, por lo tanto tiene unas propiedades térmicas muy buenas. En el gráfico que podemos observar son las diferencias de amplitudes térmicas que tenemos dentro y fuera de las viviendas. La celeste es la amplitud térmica en marzo, que marzo es terminando el verano en Argentina, tiene ahí unos 18,5 grados aproximadamente de amplitud térmica a lo largo del día, y cuando le colocamos las placas de telgopor, como se puede observar en la línea verde, la amplitud térmica baja a 4,2. Eso mejora muchísimo el aislamiento. Además de eso, lo que hicimos fue, dijimos, bueno, adentro de las viviendas la mayoría de las veces se calefaccionan con elementos muy malos o de muy mala, de muy mala eficiencia energética. Por lo tanto, lo que hicimos es simular con un foco de los, nosotros le decimos de bombita, que son de filamentos que levantan temperatura, simulamos como si fuera una calefacción interior de la vivienda. En Argentina las viviendas de los barrios populares o de bajos recursos se calefaccionan en general con leña o con electricidad con elementos malos de electricidad, no muy eficientes, donde en general en la mayoría de Argentina la gente se calefacciona con elementos basados a gas. Y lo que podemos observar es que la temperatura media, como se puede observar en el color verde, la temperatura media de las viviendas con la calefacción interna simulada aumentaba unos cuantos grados por encima de la temperatura media sin la calefacción. Además de esto, de medir la parte de las propiedades térmicas de la vivienda, también medimos las propiedades mecánicas y las propiedades del fuego, porque una de las cosas que nos preguntamos es, bueno, nosotros realizamos estas placas de telgopor y quizás pueden propagar el calor si se genera un incendio en el interior de la vivienda, o son placas que hacen que las viviendas se caigan o que las placas no aguanten su revestimiento. Los resultados que obtuvimos de las propiedades mecánicas y del fuego fueron muy buenas, contundentes, con resultados favorables de acuerdo a lo que son las normas de calidad en la Argentina. Incluso en la de fuego fue muy buena, como se puede observar en las imágenes A y B que se observan ahí. En la primera quemamos la sometimos con un soplete de alta temperatura, una placa de telgopor sin revoque, y vemos que lo que se puede observar es que evidentemente se queman las pelotitas de telgopor, pero no propagan el fuego, y cuando les colocamos un revoque de espesor, que el revoque es una capa de cemento de entre 1 y 2 centímetros de espesor, no generan ningún tipo de propagación del fuego de ningún tipo. Más allá de todo el estudio que pudimos hacer en la universidad, lo que pudimos hacer y lo más interesante es que llevamos a cabo este proyecto al revestimiento de barrios populares en la Argentina. Pudimos revestir en 6 casas en la ciudad de Tandil. Como podemos observar en la imagen de la izquierda, es una vivienda que estaba sin revestir. Se pueden observar la vivienda que tenía las placas, que era una casa de planchones y un techo de chapa. Después tenemos un proceso de revestimiento con las placas de telgopor. Y por último, cuando se finaliza la construcción con el revoque incluido, y bueno, en ese caso se decidió pintar la vivienda. Algo muy interesante es que en Argentina hay una forma de evaluar cómo es la eficiencia térmica de la vivienda o frente al calor y al invierno, y teníamos viviendas en las que en invierno no calificaban para ser habitables, como son estas casas cuando no estaban revestidas, y cuando las revestimos clasifican al nivel B en invierno y al nivel A en verano. Por lo tanto, los resultados son muy esperanzadores para estos barrios. Así que como conclusiones que tenemos es que estos paneles de PS recuperado y reciclado son aislantes y mejoran la eficiencia energética de estos barrios, mejora el confort térmico, son una solución replicable que vamos a intentar replicarlo en toda la Argentina en lo posible. Nos falta por evaluarlo en lugares donde haya más calor, en el norte de la Argentina, por ejemplo. Y así que todo esto creemos que va a contribuir a la mitigación del cambio climático por una cuestión de que esas viviendas van a gastar muchísima menos energía el día que estén bien revestidas, y vamos a consumir, por ejemplo, menos leña o menos electricidad para su calefacción. Así que muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti, Francisco. Una investigación muy interesante y me alegro que hayáis podido ir un pasito más allá e implantarlo a una escala mayor. Enhorabuena.
Gracias.
Damos acceso a la siguiente participante, en este caso será la cuarta participante, Alejandra Condori. Nos visita desde Perú y su trabajo es las emisiones y dispersión de gases de efecto invernadero desde un botadero no controlado en Perú, un enfoque combinado con LandGem y HeapSplit. Alejandra es estudiante del 8º ciclo de Ingeniería Ambiental de la Universidad Nacional de Ingeniería. Bienvenida, Alejandra. Por favor, cuando quieras puedes proceder.
Muchas gracias. Y me avisan por fin si ya veré en pantalla completa.
De momento no, sí que vemos la presentación, pero... Ahora, perfecto.
Y bueno, primero que nada, buenos días, buenas tardes para algunos. Me presento, mi nombre es Alejandra Condori y en este caso voy a presentar el trabajo de emisiones y dispersión de gases de efecto invernadero desde un botadero no controlado en Huaral entre los años 2017 y 2036 con un enfoque combinado del AMGEN con High Split. Este trabajo fue elaborado no solamente por mí, sino también por mis compañeros, Piero Áviles Falcón, Carlos Ramírez Pérez, Junior Espinosa Asís, Brendan Pilco Torres, quien les habla, Alejandra Condori, y junto a nuestro asesor, Norvin Requena. Bueno, primero que nada, comenzar con la contextualización de esta problemática en el Perú. La gestión de residuos sólidos sigue siendo un reto bastante fuerte a nivel ambiental. En el año 2020 se generaron más de 7.9 millones de toneladas, pero solamente el 50% se dispuso adecuadamente en rellenos sanitarios. El 45% restante terminó en botaderos no controlados, donde la descomposición de los residuos orgánicos generó metano, un gas de potencial de calentamiento 28 veces mayor al CO2. En estos gases voy a ser en el que voy a enfocar un poco más el estudio. Y sabemos que pues, a nivel global el metano representa el 11% de las emisiones antropogénicas. Y en el Perú actualmente existen más de 1.500 botaderos no controlados, muchos ubicados cerca de zonas urbanas y sin sistemas de captura de biogás ni ningún control ambiental. Este estudio se centra ya en el botadero de Huaral, que recibe más de 80 toneladas diarias de residuos de 3 municipalidades y carece de cualquier forma de control de emisiones, como podemos ver en las figuras adjuntas. El enfoque metodológico y el objetivo es estimar las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, especialmente considerando el metano y el dióxido de carbono generados por este botadero no controlado de Huaral entre los años 2017 y 2036, utilizando un modelo LAMGET y además se aplicó el modelo High Split para analizar la trayectoria y la dispersión atmosférica de estos gases, también integrando a este análisis variables climáticas como viene a ser la temperatura y la humedad relativa, lo que permitió un enfoque más completo, no solamente cuantificar las emisiones, sino también comprender cómo se comportan y hacia dónde se trasladan, ofreciendo una visión mucho más completa del riesgo ambiental que todo esto supone. Para la metodología la desarrollamos en 3 etapas. Primero hicimos el cálculo de la estimación de las emisiones en LAMGET, donde a través del ingreso anual de los residuos del botadero y la altura acumulada, se pudo llegar a esta estimación y los datos fueron introducidos como insumo al modelo LAMGET para poder estimar las emisiones entre los años 2017 y 2036. Además, como segundo paso, hicimos la simulación de las trayectorias con High Split, utilizando un modelo de dispersión de gases a diferentes alturas. En este caso evaluamos 3, a 0, a 500 y a 1000 metros. Y utilizamos 5 años representativos para este caso de estudio, desde el 2019 al 2023, para identificar estos patrones que tienen el movimiento atmosférico. En análisis climático se incorporaron datos de temperatura media y humedad relativa para pues, evaluar la influencia de estos 2 factores sobre la generación de las emisiones. En la estimación del ingreso por año al botadero, se consideró a las municipalidades de Huaral y Huallanca usando datos del Inventario Nacional de Áreas Degradadas de la OEFA. En Okayama, con una GPC de 1.508 kilogramos habitantes días, y se aplicó una tasa de crecimiento anual de 0.5%, considerando que era una población no tan extensa. y en Guaral con una GPC domiciliaria de 0.59 kilogramos entre habitante días, donde también se asumió una tasa de crecimiento de 0.5. Considerando que el 70% corresponde a residuos domiciliarios, con estos datos pudimos estimar a nivel general la entrada, el ingreso pues, de residuos al botadero. Para la parte de la estimación de la altura, los parámetros que se tuvieron en cuenta fue la cantidad anual de residuos que comenzará desde el año 2017 con 80 mg año, con una densidad suelta de 183.13 kilogramos metros cúbicos, la cual se obtuvo del resultado del promedio del estudio de caracterización de los distritos de Guaral y Ucayama. Se considera el área del botadero constante con un valor de 614.700, disculpen, metros cuadrados de extensión. Información que se sacó del que gestionada por la UEFA. Para esta parte ingresamos los datos al software LAMHEAD y obtuvimos los siguientes resultados. Primero, considerando el tema de emisiones realizadas según el modelo LAMHEAD, se registró un aumento progresivo de las emisiones GI desde el año 2017 hasta el 2032, como resultado de pues, toda esa degradación generada por el botadero. Y a partir del 2033 se observó un salto abrupto de las emisiones que se mantienen elevadas hasta el 2036. Este comportamiento podemos ver que puede estar relacionado a un aumento crítico de la masa acumulada y debido al tipo de residuos depositados, ¿no? Este resultado evidencia un riesgo ambiental bastante fuerte por el botadero de Guaral. Para la dispersión con Heisplik, como ya mencioné, utilizamos el modelo a diferentes alturas, 0, 500 y 1000 metros, en fechas representativas entre el 2019 y 2023, donde se muestra que los gases de efecto invernadero no van a permanecer estáticos, sino que se desplazan en distintas direcciones dependiendo de las condiciones meteorológicas de cada año. Pero se observó una dirección predominante hacia el noroeste y suroeste, lo que podría presentar un riesgo ambiental bastante fuerte para zonas cercanas al botadero en caso no se llegaran a controlar estas emisiones. Clima y emisiones, aquí analizamos estas dos variables, considerando los promedios anuales de temperatura y la humedad relativa entre los años representativos que escogimos del 2019 al 2023, comparando las emisiones de metano y de dióxido de carbono estimadas con LAMHEAD. Este análisis demostró que existe una correlación positiva entre la temperatura y las emisiones de GI. A mayor temperatura se genera una mayor generación de gases y asimismo se observó una correlación negativa con el tema de la humedad. Bueno, esto evidencia que las condiciones climáticas locales son muy importantes para considerar la generación de emisiones y podrían agravarse y agravar toda esta situación con el cambio climático. Bueno, para concluir, podemos ver que el botadero de Guaral ha mostrado un incremento sostenido en las emisiones de metano y de dióxido de carbono desde el año 2017, reflejando un impacto ambiental de un sitio de exposición no controlado. A partir del año 2033 se identifica un cambio abrupto en los niveles de emisiones asociados posiblemente al aumento de residuos y a la falta total de control. El análisis estadístico evidencia una fuerte correlación positiva entre la temperatura y las emisiones de GI, y la integración de los modelos LAMHEAD y Heisplik permitió no solo estimar las emisiones, sino también analizar su comportamiento espacial y su posible impacto en las zonas aledañas. Y bueno, como recomendación, se recomienda implementar medidas correctivas en la captura de biogás, programas de compostaje para residuos orgánicos y la formalización de recicladores con el fin de reducir toda esta huella climática del botadero y proteger la salud ambiental y pública. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti, Alejandra. Muy interesante la investigación y ojalá podáis aumentar el área de estudio e implementarlo en otros vertederos también. Mucha suerte. Vamos con el siguiente participante, en este caso es el quinto. Tenemos a Diego Castro, viene también desde Perú y su trabajo es la identificación y análisis de factores psicosociales que limitan la segregación de RAEs en una comunidad universitaria basados en metodologías ranas. Diego es investigador en la Universidad Nacional de Ingeniería. Por favor, cuando quieras, puedes proceder con la presentación. Muchas gracias y mucha suerte.
¿Se ve?
Sí, pero todavía no vemos pantalla completa. Si puedes
Ah,
darle...
ahí, sí, ¿no?
Em, No, de momento no.
Ahora,
No la vemos en pantalla completa. Quizás tengas que compartir. ¿No estás compartiendo la pantalla o estás compartiendo la presentación? Inténtalo de nuevo, por favor.
ahora sí.
Ahora sí, perfecto. Gracias.
Ok. Buenos días, buenas tardes para algunos también. Mi nombre es Diego Castro y pasaré a lo que es una investigación que se hizo en la Universidad Nacional de Ingeniería, ¿no? Que tiene aproximadamente 12.000 estudiantes, el cual se implicó la metodología RANAS, que consiste en lo que es identificar los factores conductuales como riesgo, factor actitud, factor de normas, factor de habilidad y factor de autorrevelación. Esto es para ayudar en lo que es cambiar un comportamiento de lo que es segregar y no segregar en la facultad, en la universidad, digo. Los hallazgos pondrán intervenciones claves para una señalización clara, capacitaciones prácticas, incentivos alineados a las motivaciones estudiantiles, que no solo mejorarían a la gestión de RAE en la UNI, sino que podrían extenderse a otras instituciones para promover la economía circular en el ámbito universitario. La metodología consistió en 3 pasos. En lo que es un diseño muestral, se tiene 11.467 estudiantes de la Universidad Nacional de Ingeniería, en lo cual se seleccionó una muestra de 380 estudiantes a un error de 5% y una confianza de 95%. La recolección de datos fue mediante un cuestionario online de Google Forms en el que se basó en 35 preguntas diseñados para medir el comportamiento real de lo que es segregar y no segregar en la RAE en la universidad, ¿no? Para hallar los factores contextuales, los resultados conductuales y los factores de comportamiento de ranas. La recolección de datos fue implementado el link fue distribuido por distintos grupos universitarios en el cual solamente podías entrar a la encuesta con el correo institucional, que en este caso es uniedu.p, para verificar que todos sean alumnos. El análisis de datos fue en una escala de Likert de 0 a 4, permitiendo clasificar a los participantes en segregadores y no segregadores. Los resultados obtenidos fueron de que, empezando por lo que es el factor contextual, ¿no? De lo que fue la muestra. Los encuestados por las facultades fueron distribuidos fielmente a lo que es el campo estudiantil de la UNI, porque no todas las facultades tienen la misma cantidad de estudiantes, fue una muestra aleatoria estratificada. Y en cuestión de muestra por género, se contó una mayor participación por parte de los estudiantes, 247 casos que son hombres, de los 380 muestras obtenidas. En la encuesta sobre si conocían lo que son los residuos de aparatos eléctricos y electrónicos, el 56.5% de encuestados desconocía lo que son los RAE. Respecto al contexto social, los alumnos que recibieron información de segregación de RAE por parte de los docentes, este dato lo quiero especificar para más adelante, ¿no? Lo quiero resaltar que fue un 12% nomás recibieron información de lo que es segregar RAE en la universidad, y el cual tuvo un nivel de influencia mayormente de 50% fue influenciado bastante. De los 46, 23 fue influenciado bastante. Después, al contexto físico. El desconocimiento de la ubicación de los puntos de reciclaje de RAE en la universidad, en la mayoría, el 84.9% recalcó de que no sabía de que la UNI contaba con puntos de acopio para reciclaje de RAE, ¿no? Especificando de que si bien existe para cada facultad estos puntos, la mayoría no sabía, lo cual es un contexto que se debe solucionar. Respecto a los resultados conductuales, el comportamiento de estudiar, en este caso, es de lo que han segregado RAE en los últimos 8 meses en la universidad. El 23, solamente el 6.05 de estudiantes segregó RAE en la universidad, que son 23 de los 380 estudiantes. Y el comportamiento alternativo, el más influyente, son la acumulación de RAE en los hogares, que cuenta con un 78.42 de los 298 de los 380 estudiantes, que reciclan, que guardan sus RAEs en sus cajas, armarios, lo tienen ahí, no lo llevan a un punto a segregar, ¿no? Y después, respecto a la intención, la frecuencia de la intención futura de segregar RAE en la uni muestran una voluntad declarada de que sí están predispuestos a segregar, digo, ¿no? Que lo ven
My
con más...
apologies, Diego. Sorry, we are running a little bit over time. If you can speed up a little bit with the conclusions of the results. Thank you.
Y respecto al hábito, de segregar RAE en la uni, el resultado muestra la baja conciliación del hábito de reciclaje de RAE en la uni con una media de 0.92 yendo casi nunca. Quiere decir de que los alumnos no están tan predispuestos a segregar su RAE en la universidad, ¿no? Tienen poca conciencia de eso. Y el factor de comportamiento de las ranas vienen a pasar los cinco factores para este cambio de comportamiento, de pasar de los no segregadores a los segregadores. Se preguntó para lo que es el factor riesgo 4 preguntas, donde los no segregadores consideran más grave votar RAE que los segregadores. Acá hay una contradicción, ¿no? De por qué los no segregadores no están dispuestos tanto como los que han segregado, ya, los 23 que han confirmado que han segregado. Esto quiere decir que el motor principal para el comportamiento de segregar no es el factor riesgo, ya que por más que ven una perfección de gravedad en no segregadores sea mayor, estos no actúan en el comportamiento de segregar. Respecto al siguiente factor, el factor actitud, la comparación se hizo 3 preguntas, ¿no? Acá de manera similar a lo que es el factor riesgo.
Diego, perdona, estamos fuera de tiempo, quizás puedes saltar a las conclusiones, por favor. Si no te importa.
Ok, bueno, y era lo más importante, ¿no? Los normativos y lo que es la habilidad son los que, la habilidad y la autorregulación son los que son más influyentes en lo que es la segregación de RAE. Entonces, ¿esto qué quiere decir? Si bien la metodología manda a que se debe hacer infografías, brigadas ambientales, talleres prácticos, recordatorios, influencia de habilidad, ¿no? De saber cómo segregar el RAE. Yo quiero hacer más énfasis en lo que es la influencia de los docentes. ¿Por qué esto? Porque de los 23 que han segregado, 18 han segregado por influencia del docente. ¿Por qué? Porque el docente es una combinación bastante práctica en lo que es en la habilidad y normativo. Bien puede ser un influyente y a la vez enseñar cómo y dónde hacerlo segregar RAE. Y bueno, esto sería todo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti, Diego. Muy interesante. Yo creo personalmente que, bueno, que los trabajos que tengan que ver con educación de la ciudadanía son de gran importancia, si no difícilmente se consiguen los objetivos. Bueno, vamos a dar paso a la siguiente participante, en este caso es Aileen Rodríguez, viene también desde México y nos trae el trabajo de la caracterización de microplásticos en polvos de una estación de transferencia. Aileen es estudiante de un máster en la UAM Por favor, cuando quieras puedes proceder. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días a todos. Me avisan, por favor, si se puede ver.
Sí, vemos en pantalla completa. Perfecto.
Bueno, mi nombre es Aileen Rodríguez. Voy a presentar esta investigación que tiene como nombre caracterización de microplásticos en polvos de una estación de transferencia. Trabajé con la doctora Latia Vázquez Morillas y la doctora Maribel Velasco en la UAM Azcapotzalco, ubicada en la Ciudad de México. Bueno, quisiera platicarles un poco sobre qué son los microplásticos. Son cualquier partícula plástica de tamaño menor o igual a 5 milímetros y hasta una micra, que pueden verse a simple vista si son más o menos grandes, que van más o menos de los 2 a los 5 milímetros, o bien necesitar un microscopio para poder observarlos si son más bien pequeños, de una micra hasta 1 o 2 milímetros. Y estos se clasifican por morfología. Tenemos fragmentos, granulos o pellets, espumados, películas, fibras y esferas. Pero para fines de esta investigación también quisimos incluir esta otra categoría, que son los microplásticos derivados de neumáticos, que se ven más o menos como la segunda imagen, si se observan en el microscopio. Y bueno, también quiero darles un poco de contexto de la estación de transferencia donde se hizo el muestreo para esta investigación. Esta estación de transferencia también es una planta de selección y está ubicada en Azcapotzalco, también en la Ciudad de México. Recibe los residuos de 4 de las 16 alcaldías de la Ciudad de México y tiene una capacidad de recepción de 1.400 toneladas de residuos al día. Y bueno, pues aquí los camiones recolectores se pesan al ingreso y después de descargar los residuos. El objetivo de esta investigación fue evaluar la presencia de microplásticos en polvo del suelo y otras superficies de una estación de transferencia, y es importante evaluar los microplásticos en este tipo de instalaciones porque durante la transferencia de los residuos hacia plantas de tratamientos, de separación y en algunos casos la falta de separación adecuada de los residuos se puede favorecer a la fragmentación de los plásticos, originando microplásticos que, como sabemos, pues son dañinos para el ambiente, para la salud animal y la salud humana. Y bueno, pasamos a la metodología, comenzando por el muestreo. En la primera imagen les muestro la estación de transferencia y el área también de selección. En amarillo se marca el área de transferencia, que es donde se hizo el muestreo. Y en la segunda imagen se muestra esta misma área, pero en el interior. El cuadro amarillo representa la zona donde nosotros hicimos el muestreo. Se muestrearon 5 puntos en el suelo y 2 en la barra de a un lado. Y bueno, esto se hizo marcando en el suelo primero 5 puntos que delimitamos con cuadrados de 50 por 50 centímetros de cada lado, y en la barda con rectángulos de 20 por 10 centímetros, y todo el interior de estas áreas se barrió con una brocha de cerdas naturales, y lo que se acumuló se guardó y se envió al laboratorio. Una vez en el laboratorio, a cada una de estas muestras se le hizo una digestión de materia orgánica con hidróxido de potasio al 10%, y posteriormente se hizo una extracción de los microplásticos utilizando como agente de flotación el cloruro de calcio. Esto permitió que los microplásticos flotaran, y los microplásticos grandes, que podemos ver a simple vista, se retiraron con una pinza, y los pequeños que quedaron en el sobrenadante se tiñeron con un colorante que se llama rojo nilo, que tiñe los microplásticos, y si se observan bajo una luz ultravioleta, estos fluorescen, lo que hace más fácil su contarlos y clasificarlos. Entonces, este sobrenadante ya teñido se filtró y las membranas se observaron bajo el microscopio con una luz ultravioleta para contar los microplásticos de cada muestra y también categorizarlos por morfología. Y bueno, pasamos a los resultados. Se etiquetaron las muestras del 1 al 5 para las muestras del suelo y 6 y 7 para las muestras de las bardas. Solamente se halló un microplástico grande, que era una película, en la muestra ET2, y todos los demás resultados que están en la tabla son los resultados de los microplásticos pequeños. El punto donde más se encontraron microplásticos fue el punto ET6, con una ocurrencia o abundancia de 5.593.8 microplásticos por gramo de polvo. Y el promedio general de todas las muestras fue de 852.43 microplásticos pequeños por gramo de polvo.
Y bueno, aquí también les muestro una gráfica con el porcentaje de cada una de las morfologías de los microplásticos que se hallaron en todas las muestras. Y bueno, se encontraron una mayor proporción de fibras con un 88%, seguido de los fragmentos, seguido de los neumáticos, y las categorías que menos se encontraron fueron otros, que en este caso fueron esferas, y películas. Del lado derecho tenemos 3 imágenes. La primera es una imagen de los microplásticos hallados en la muestra ET6, que principalmente podemos observar fibras y fragmentos. La imagen B corresponde a un microplástico derivado de neumático de la muestra ET6 también, perdón. Y la imagen C corresponde al microplástico grande que se encontró en el punto ET2, que era una película. Y bueno, como conclusión, tenemos que en todas las muestras de polvo recolectadas en la estación de transferencia se encontraron microplásticos. Las fibras fueron el tipo de predominante de microplásticos pequeños entre todas las muestras, y seguida de los fragmentos y de los derivados de neumáticos. Además que en los puntos ET6 y ET7, que son los que se tomaron en las bardas, presentaron una mayor acumulación de microplásticos de todas las morfologías. Esto sugiere que las bardas podrían limpiarse con menor frecuencia que el suelo, favoreciendo la acumulación de microplásticos. Además, la presencia de partículas derivadas de neumáticos se asocia con el constante tránsito de camiones de residuos en la estación de transferencia. Y bueno, estos hallazgos evidencian la acumulación de microplásticos en este tipo de instalaciones, subrayando la importancia de monitorearlas y considerar sus implicaciones en la exposición de los trabajadores y la contaminación secundaria del ambiente, pues estos microplásticos se pueden redistribuir al entorno urbano o natural cercano. Y bueno, eso sería todo por mi parte. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti, Eileen. Parece que tienes muchos admiradores por ahí, te están mandando muchos aplausos. Muy bien, muchas gracias por la presentación. Me parece súper interesante que se hagan este tipo de estudios en los lugares donde realmente se generan, ¿no?, estos microplásticos, y no en el lugar, en el destino final, que es donde normalmente se investigan. Mucha suerte y enhorabuena.
Gracias.
Hacemos paso, perdón, que te he cortado. Hacemos paso a nuestra última participante, Maiva Garay. Viene desde Perú y nos va a presentar el impacto de la disposición inadecuada de residuos sólidos urbanos en las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero en el distrito de San Marcos. Es estudiante de la Universidad Nacional de Ingeniería y cuando quieras puedes proceder. Mucha suerte.
Buenos días. ¿Se puede ver mi pantalla?
Sí, la vemos perfectamente.
Ya. Buenos días con todos. Voy a presentar mi trabajo, que sería el impacto de la inadecuada disposición de los residuos sólidos municipales en la emisión de los gases de efecto invernadero en el distrito de San Marcos, Huariancash, en Perú. Este trabajo fue realizado por mi persona y con la asesoría del profesor Norvin Requena. Para la introducción, en este caso contamos que el Perú es especialmente en las zonas rurales, cuenta con disposición inadecuada de los residuos sólidos municipales, que bueno, esto evidencia la problemática ambiental en el Perú, especialmente en zonas rurales con limitaciones técnicas y presupuestales, ¿no? En este caso, lo que conlleva a las prácticas como la disposición a cielo abierto y sin control y sin tratamiento adecuado. Para este caso, también la inadecuada disposición de los residuos sólidos en el botadero Chuchusmina. Este es el botadero Chuchusmina, la segunda imagen. Y bueno, podemos acá visualizar lo que sería uno de los puntos acopios en el distrito de San Marcos, uno de los tantos puntos de acopio. Y para este caso, también podemos evidenciar la cantidad de emisiones directas por sectores para el año 2019, lo que se contó a partir de las fuentes de cambio climático del 2022. Como objetivo general, se tuvo que evaluar la relación entre la inadecuada disposición de los residuos sólidos municipales y la generación de los gases de efecto invernadero en el distrito de San Marcos, provincia de Huari, región Ancash. Para este caso, en los objetivos especiales se contó analizar la relación entre la percepción sobre la predominancia de los residuos orgánicos y la percepción de la generación de los gases de efecto invernadero, como también la determinación de la relación entre la percepción de saturación del botadero y el impacto ambiental percibido por el personal operativo. También examinar la relación entre la capacitación ambiental recibida y también el conocimiento sobre los gases de efecto invernadero que el personal cuenta sobre este tema. Para la metodología se contó con el tipo de investigación, está desarrollado bajo el enfoque cuantitativo, utilizado en diseño no experimental. En las técnicas e instrumentos se tuvo la observación documental por la plataforma de Sigersol del MINAN y también con manuales de la municipalidad. Y también en el área de estudio contamos que el distrito de San Marcos cuenta con 20.488 habitantes al año 2024, de los cuales el 76% reside en zonas rurales. Y la extensión territorial del distrito es de 556.75 kilómetros, que representa aproximadamente el 20,09% de la provincia de Huari. El botadero de Chuchusmina también cuenta con una extensión de 1.24 hectáreas. En la metodología para el cálculo de las emisiones se utilizó la fórmula de la IPCC 2006, que está basado en el método del primer orden de descomposición de los residuos sólidos biodegradables. Para este caso se necesitó contar con datos de los residuos sólidos municipales dispuestos por años en toneladas y también contar con el contenido de carbono orgánico degradable y también la fracción del contenido orgánico biodegradable que se degrada, y la fracción del metano de biogás, y también el factor de correlación del tipo de estudio y la constante de descomposición. El año que se dispuso el residuo y luego de que sería el año actual en el que se está haciendo el cálculo de la emisión. El análisis estadístico, para este caso la recolección de datos es mediante las encuestas al personal operativo y la población local que conoce la percepción sobre los residuos y la disposición actual. En este caso se realizó la encuesta a los trabajadores del botadero de Chuchusmina. Las personas son las que se encuentran en la imagen. En el análisis y la discusión de los resultados, para este caso, en el diagnóstico del botadero municipal, acá se inspeccionó, se tuvo una visita de campo a este botadero, donde se evidenció la inadecuada disposición de los residuos, ¿no? Y también a cielo abierto. Bueno, principalmente aquí podemos observar la cantidad en la composición de los residuos sólidos, que contamos con orgánico, no aprovechable, peligroso e inorgánico, donde podemos observar la predominancia de los residuos orgánicos. Para esto contamos con el periodo del 2019 al 2024. Estos datos se pudo sacar de la información de la plataforma de Sigersol del MINAN. También, bueno, en este caso, luego para los resultados del cálculo de la emisión de metano, se realizó el cálculo en toneladas de metano y luego en toneladas de dióxido de carbono equivalente por año, ¿no? Y luego se tuvo la suma de la emisión desde el 2019 al 2024, lo que en total en toneladas de metano serían 9.83 toneladas y en toneladas de dióxido de carbono equivalente 267.38 toneladas. En los resultados de las encuestas, en este caso contamos con la composición y observaciones. Se realizaron preguntas relacionadas a este tema. También temas como en el botadero si se emiten gases que afectan al ambiente, más que todo para conocer la percepción de los trabajadores, ¿no? Luego, para ver acá sobre la correlación de una de las cuantas preguntas que se realizó una prueba de hipótesis, ¿no? Para este caso que tenemos la alternativa, la hipótesis nula, donde no existe una relación significativa entre la capacitación ambiental percibida por los trabajadores del botadero y su conocimiento sobre los gases de efecto invernadero, y también la hipótesis alterna, donde existe una relación significativa entre la capacitación ambiental recibida de los trabajadores del botadero y su conocimiento sobre los gases de efecto invernadero, ¿no? Para este caso, se realizaron las preguntas y donde nos respondieron, y bueno, acá en la correlación nos sale que el coeficiente de Pearson es igual a 0,878, donde se mostró una correlación positiva muy fuerte entre la capacitación ambiental y el conocimiento sobre GAY. A esto lo que nos atribuye es que a mayor capacitación, mayor el conocimiento de los trabajadores, ¿no? Y bueno, aquí es donde se rechaza la hipótesis nula y se acepta la hipótesis alterna. En las conclusiones contamos que la disposición inadecuada de los residuos sólidos, principalmente orgánicos, en el botadero municipal de San Marcos, está generado por aproximadamente 267.38 toneladas de dióxido de carbono equivalente entre el año 2019 al 2024. donde esto, bueno, evidencia el impacto del cambio climático, ¿no? Podrían decir que esto es un dato, no, tal vez no tan mayor, pero para un distrito de la provincia de Huari o sea, se estima una mayor cantidad para otras provincias también. Existe así la coincidencia entre también la percepción de la población y el diagnóstico técnico, reconociendo que los residuos orgánicos predominan y están asociados a la generación de los olores, gases y emisiones de gay. Y bueno, también en este caso el personal considera que el botadero municipal ya está saturado totalmente y además se encuentra sin tratamiento, ¿no? Y ya está relacionado a lo que sería en las áreas degradadas. Y la percepción se relaciona directamente con lo que sería la presencia de los lixiviados, vectores y contaminación al aire. Y bueno, en este caso, la correlación, bueno, se comprobó que tiene una correlación positiva fuerte, muy fuerte, donde entre la capacitación ambiental y también el conocimiento sobre los gases de efecto invernadero, lo que resalta la importancia de la formación para comprender el impacto ambiental del sitio. Muchas gracias, eso sería todo.
Gracias a ti, Maiva. Gracias a todos los participantes y enhorabuena y mucha suerte para las clasificaciones. Vamos a dar paso a la siguiente sesión. En este caso es Kartik quien va a estar introduciendo, moderada la sesión especial. Kartik, if you want, you can start.
Thank you, Amaya, for such a good felicitation here. Hello, everyone. So I'm Kartik Kapoor. I'm the Vice Chair for the Young Profession Group at ISWA, and I welcome you all to our YPG session. I know it's been a long day and a very extensive things that we have really seen with all the presenters, which is great. So we won't really take much time and keep you waiting, and I'll directly jump into our session details here. With us from our leadership team, we also have Amani, and I think Laura is also there. So Laura, if you could give me a heads up, that would be great. And yeah, we could then begin. Okay. Amani, is the screen visible properly and everything?
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay, great. Awesome. Welcome everyone for the YPG session here. And in this brief session, which is the last session, we're gonna give you an overview about the key processes we have at Young Professional Group, and we'll be representing about each working group that is currently there. And we'll also take some time to discuss that how you can be more involved in the YPG network. Firstly, like to host and to manage such a online conference, and also in our other activities that happen year around, where you can really explore some good networking and find some good learning opportunities also. So firstly, I'm very happy to present my leadership team here, because it's a team with which we are able to bring such insightful and good events together forward here. We have 4 working groups, and on screen what you see are the chairs and vice chairs for each working group that we have. And other than that, we also have our focal points at country level, to which we call regional and local working groups. And currently we are having 15 active working groups globally. At ISWA, other than the leadership team, we represent around 150 YPG members throughout the globe. It's kind of a good number, but yeah, this 150 are people engaging very much in the waste sector, and through our social medias and through our WhatsApp groups and through activities, we often engage a lot among us. Talking about ISWA World Congress, which would be happening in October. So YPG event is also planned there. And for this year, our theme is basically waste leaders for tomorrow. There are 3 components therein, which is about collecting the voices from the street, understanding how technologies with new AI, machine learning, and new digitization tools that are coming in is really impacting the waste workers in the industry at the grassroots. Other than that, we are also looking at some real solutions, some of which I did see were presented in our sessions here. But we would really like to go into more depth to understand what the solutions are, how they can be scaled up, and what type of impact they have in our working life. And last is basically setting up a task force to really position how we stand in the technological changes that are happening currently. So this is about the flagship event, and the Congress session that we would be having in Argentina would also be focusing on this theme. Just to give you a little insight about the Congress session that happened last year, these were some key reflections that we came from it. One of the reflection was that currently educational gaps are a big challenge, where specifically on the waste and uh, circular economy, the technical skills are really missing, and there are not clear pathways that how to really capture them. Other challenges were societal perceptions, low wages that we see in government jobs, especially capacity building challenge, clear career pathways, and high implementation costs when we talk really about sustainability and circular solutions. Um, so these were the insights that came from the session that we had in the last Congress, and what we plan for this year World Congress is also to come with some concrete reflections for the leaders of tomorrow and really prepare a roadmap from it for our future activities. So I really welcome you to follow us. And if you are in Latin America, if you are attending the World Congress, we'll be very happy to have you attend our session there. All the details would be shared on the social medias and on our website, so keep following that. In our young professional group, we have four active working groups. The first one being online discussion and career development. Then we have awareness and education, research and innovation, and local and regional network working group. Talking about online discussion and career development working group. So this working group particularly engages in hosting interesting and insightful online discussions and talking about the career guidance, basically. It's generally happening on the online platform through webinars. And something that you should really look up to is September, when we would be having an upcoming talk discussing about life in academics and life in industry for professionals working in waste sector. The other is research and innovation working group, and we have a chair, Amani, here. So Amani, please quickly, if you could talk about your working group here.
Yeah, thank you, Kartik. So here, as you know, we're organizing the annual International ISWA YPG online conference, and I'm really honored to have been sharing this online conference for 5 consecutive years now. Another main activity is the publishing articles in peer-reviewed journals to disseminate research findings to a broader audience. You can see here one of the papers from last year, and we have published another one from this year. It was mainly focused on collecting data and focusing on developing countries. I believe that's it from my side, Kartik.
Thanks, Amani. And then I invite Laura here to talk about local and regional network working group.
Yes, thank you, Kartik. Can you hear me?
Yes, Laura, very well.
Okay, very good. So I think, you know, this was already explained by you, Kartik, and by Julio. We have several regional and local chapters all around the world. And the idea behind this is that it allows kind of a platform of people who are motivated and take initiative to come together and exchange on several topics, but also do activities together. There are many groups around the globe. So I would suggest that if you aren't part of a group already, you can look up if there is a group in your country or in your region on our website, and or contact one of us from the leadership team. I've also seen that here, even in the chat of the conference, there's already some initiatives to create new groups, which is great. In that case, there are very little, but a few prerequisites to create a new group. So those can be found in the welcome doc that you can find on the website, or again, you can contact one of us to create a new group. And yes, that's it. It's really like Julio already explained at the beginning. It's about networking together. It's about exchanging in your specific area. And this you can also find on the website and in the welcome doc. It's a list on how you can join the WhatsApp group of your local chapter or email the responsible leader. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Laura. Just to add here that it's not mandatory that you have to be a paying ISWA member to be part of the local and regional groups. This list is publicly available on our website in the welcome docket. So if you are interested in joining the regional group of your area, you could just write to the people or click on the links and be part of that WhatsApp channel. Then we have awareness and education working group, which primarily, as its name goes, focuses on awareness related activities. On screen, you would see certain activities that are happening currently. The group regularly meets and they have interactive discussions on documentaries, and they also invite guest speakers to understand how campaigns are run or how awareness initiatives could be made better. One other key activity is the call for best practices that they do. One of the call was on the education in schools, and the fact sheets were published. So you see some of them here, which are in light blue below. But this can be also found on the knowledge platform that is there on our website. And the upcoming event would be a call for best practices, and this time the focus is tourism waste. So there's going to be some prize money and everything thing attached to it for the submitters. So keep following our website and social channels to be updated when this call is launched, because that would be happening very soon. Other than the working groups, YPG is also present in IFART. So IFART is the trade fair for waste and wastewater management that happens globally. There are four IFARTs that happen. Like there's a one central one, and then there are four regional ones. We YPG host a dedicated session there. From this year, we have also initiated an event called Sustainable Future Challenge, in which we invite university groups to come and solve a real time waste problem that is given on spot there. It's a day-long immersion event where the group have to brainstorm and come with some right solutions, and then there are winners around it. So we already had two versions of that, and the third one would be happening in India in October when the next IFART is hosted in Mumbai. Other than that, in IFART, YPG sessions are there, so please keep a track of IFARTs happening in your region and do participate in the IFART sessions also. And lastly, we also have a mentorship program in which the YPGs who are part of ISWA group are attached with one of a senior waste leader from the broader ISWA network. And such mentorship program is more about promoting exchange on career, personal growth, and also to build the network. Again, details are there on the website, but I just wanted to highlight that this is also one of a key activity that we do at YPG level, and it's something for all young professionals to participate in. So again, I thank my whole team here who are here, whom you can see. So it's Shiza and Cynthia representing Online Discussion Working Group, Amani and Ashpreet from Research and Innovation, myself and Dennis from Awareness and Education Working Group, and Laura and Adeline from Regional Networks Working Group. So if you're interested in joining any of the working groups, you could just reach out to the focal person here or me or Julio to understand how you can engage better with ISWA. Just before I wrap up, a quick snapshot that what are the modalities in which you can be really active in ISWA. So the first is that you can join ISWA group, and you can be a member and join our main WhatsApp group, in which often there are exchanges. People keep sharing about the activities they do, about jobs and upcoming positions openings and all. You should definitely follow our Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn pages to be updated on the new events that we are hosting and sign up for ISWA newsletter. If you are a YPG member, you can also join the working group or create your own activity or a new working group also. So we are very open for that. So there are these 4 working groups which are run by motivated YPGs. So if you have certain ideas to start a new working group, you can always write to us. And even if you're interested to start a local group, you can again write to us. There are certain modalities to follow and we can create a new working group. So that's all from the YPG side, and please sign up to the YPG network. Here's the email where you can write us and follow our comms channel. And for anything, you can always write to ypg.iswa@.org. Thanks a lot, and I give the floor to Amani for the closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Kartik, for sharing this session. And also thank you to all the presenters for the Spanish session. So yeah, I remind everyone not to forget to join us at the ISWA YPG and the Research and Innovation Working Group. Join us to be part of this big change. Now I want to express my sincere gratitude for your active engagement in the ISWA as the 8th ISWA YPG online conference. It has been an inspiring and thought-provoking event with 35 speakers and moderators from over 23 countries sharing cutting-edge research, powerful case studies, and ambitious ideas. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my deepest appreciation to our exceptional speakers, presenters, moderators, and fellow YPG members for their invaluable contributions, which made this conference a success. Additionally, a big thank you goes to our global audience whose presence and engagement have truly made this event a global gathering. I also want to express my sincere gratitude to the incredible team behind the scenes who worked across time zones, languages, and schedules to bring this conference to life. So organizing this conference by itself presents an innovation in cooperation with more than 17 committee members based in 13 different countries and working in different time zones. It's more than a virtual event. It's a global effort driven by passion and purpose. First, I want to thank Ashpreet joining us from the US for her dedication, commitment, and strong support throughout the organization of this event. To Julio and Kartik, thank you for facilitating logistics, leading the YPG session, and sharing exciting updates on our activities. A big thank you to Amaya joining us from Spain for supporting the conference organization and coordinating the Spanish session, which gave important voice to Latin America researchers. Ines from Portugal, your hard work also in developing the conference book, which will be hopefully released after the conference, has also been truly impressive and added a professional touch to the event. Last but not least, I want to express my gratitude to Noel from the UK, Aziz from the US, Anna Maria from Brazil, Mark from South Africa, Maud Salim from India, and Stefano from Italy for their invaluable support during the evaluation process. Mafalda joining us from the Netherlands, thank you for your coordination and communication support throughout the process. We are also so grateful for the ISWA General Secretariat for their continued support to the YPG community and for enabling this platform for young professionals to shine. I encourage everyone to stay engaged with the ISWA YPG and especially with the Research and Innovation Working Group. Together, we are creating opportunities for young professionals to grow, connect, and lead in waste management and resource management. Please stay tuned to the conference website and social media channels for the announcement of the competition of the winners and the release of the conference book, the recording, and sharing the different presentations. Before we officially close, I invite you all to turn your cameras on for a final group photo. Let's capture this vibrant and global moment together. And with this, we conclude the 8th ISWA YPG online conference. I hope you found the conference informative, inspiring, and enjoyable. Thank you all for being part of this exceptional event, and we hope to welcome you back next year for another remarkable conference. So please, I ask everyone to turn on their cameras, and we look forward to meeting you all in person at the coming ISWA World Congress 2025 in Argentina. Until then, we stay connected and we hope for a wasteless future. So I can see camera is not turned on, but I'll try to take the screenshot from my end. Right, thank you everyone. Stay connected, stay inspired, and keep working towards a wasteless future. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much.